Hello everyone, my name is Pintobread, and today we are going to be checking out the Monument Mythos. I have watched, as you can see, like the first 3 episodes once upon a time, but other than that, I have never gotten too far into this. So I'm excited. We're going to watch the entire thing. Hopefully we won't be here for, 8 hours, but we'll see. Either way, let's jump right into it. As you know, 2011, Riley Tillon uploaded 3 videos describing an unseen presence in his home. A 4th video in 2013 raised concerns over his safety and prompted an official investigation. Danger, not death. There it is.
Many dimensions intersect with their own, several of which are 2D planes. When 2 or more planes intersect, they form corners. Entities in the intersecting planes cannot perceive each other. They exist separately, in their own worlds. However, the corner folk can pass these boundaries and enter other planes. The corner folk are a trans-dimensional species. They are the only ones who can traverse the corners shaped by planes. Coincidentally, I believe that the corners of my own home align with several planes, for I've seen the corner folk in action.
What a
crossing
wild
the corners from
discovery.
one reality to another.
Forgot my tea. It's in the other room. This is my fault. Cool.
This leap requires massive amounts of energy that, when released, produces bright blue flashes. I have yet to discover the source of this energy, and the reason behind the cornerfolk crossings remains unknown.
October 27th, 2011.
While I was at work, my cameras captured up to 12 cornerfolk huddling in the doorway. I used to think that they had to cross dimensions quickly, but the new footage has proven otherwise. When I'm not around, they take a break from traveling and exhibit micro-movements similar to dreaming animals. They must feel safe in these corners, which suggests that the corner folk's own home is made of similar structures. I imagine that their corner world is made of many plane intersections, allowing them to move freely without using up any energy. My photographs show that smaller corner folk have odd impressions on their skin, as though they had been pressed against many plane intersections at once. The corners likely belong to a nursery or a crib in their homeworld. A multitude of corners placed in close proximity could be used to secure the infant from leaving the corner world. Perhaps they only cross corners in search of food, the same way we only leave our homes for resources. The corner world may be used to raise young, while my own house's corners serve as rest stops of sorts during their journeys.
What a cool way to do that. That's so interesting. December 16th, 2011.
I've begun to dream of the corner world. I can't stop thinking about it. According to the calendar, I've spent entire weeks in my home, just drawing and describing the corner world on paper. I lost my job last month.
My dog found a paper towel and was chewing on it.
But it really does feel like I just left the office this afternoon. When the corner folk jump, it feels as though they're taunting me. But I'm close to a solution. Regardless of whether my body survives the forces of the corner world or not, this much is certain. The fear of my own destruction will not prevent my entry.
January 3rd, 2013. What a way to die. Following his last upload, viewers requested a wellness check on Riley Tillin. Local authorities found Tillin asleep in one corner of his room. Closer examination revealed that his internal organs had been folded along various axes, warranting immediate medical attention. Not good. During his recovery, Tillin avidly made origami, despite claiming to have never been taught how to do so. As of 2020, he remains in the care of his friends. Wow, good for him. Way to survive your organs being origami. Following audio is an excerpt from a 1989 interview with the designer of the Statue of Liberty. Frederick Auguste Bartholdi. In 1949, the statue underwent extensive renovations. The official blueprint behind the changes was classified for 36 years, titled STLI. Provide entrance for sustenance, install engine to assist with eventual departure. Engine. Axle. Wheels. Entrance. Stairs. Drain. Waste storage. During the summer of 1954, thousands of immigrants described a foul odor while passing through Ellis Island. Eleonora Bramante.
Era orribile. L'intero posto puzzava di carne, come un mattatoio. C'erano anche uccelli morti ovunque, e mia sorella ne trovò persino uno nel gabinetto. Se già la porta è così, diceva mio padre, immaginate quanto puzzeranno le città. Ricordo di aver sentito altre famiglie dire quasi scherzosamente che volessero tornare a Milano per via dell'odore. La mia famiglia aveva spruzzato profumo e acceso candele per tenere lontano il fetore, ma funzionava solo per un'ora o giù di lì, finché l'aria diventava di nuovo insopportabile. Le serate erano così calde. Rimasi per lo più sveglia, anche se il resto della mia famiglia dormiva profondamente. Ricordo che guardavo fuori dalla finestra ogni notte e vedevo file di persone che venivano condotte alla Statua della Libertà dai funzionari. Se solo fossero saliti sul piedistallo, i funzionari se ne sarebbero andati e non sarebbe successo nient'altro. La mattina seguente però ci sarebbe stato un odore peggiore, come un mattatoio.
Ellis Island Immigration Station closed the following November. August 1985, first sighting of the Liberty Lurker. Badass name. Upon investigation, local authorities likened the waste storage compartment to a mass grave. I love that they thought they could open that without anybody thinking they would see it. You have family members who were last seen at Ellis Island between the year 1949 and 1954 may be entitled to compensation. Yeah, that was awesome. Good stuff. Rushmore Revenge. August 7th, 2003. The National Park Service finds the Mount Rushmore National Memorial vandalized. How rude. U.S. government mass murder. It is labeled National Monument. 2,600 American. Lincoln will be freed. So now the frickin' monument. U.S. government can't fund mass murder if it's labeled as a national monument. Welcome, Goji. Welcome, my friend. Every day, executions occur in 2,600 American landmarks. Ooh, that's quite a lot.
The blood of liberty will be avenged. It was a mass grave, brother. That's a lot of blood. The souls of Lincoln will be freed. Hard line, hard line. My daughter's singing while she's in her crib. August 14th, 2003. More messages are found on Mount Rushmore. I love these guys are just getting up there somehow. That's crazy. I will introduce infection next week, Monday through Sunday, 10:12 to 10:13 p.m. Watch the symptoms. A singular minute. Alright, take me to church. Due to security concerns, the National Park Service assigns patrols for the next 7 nights. The patrols are told to videotape all anomalies from that 1 minute period, from 10 to 12 to 10:13. Monday. I look like one of the corner folk. Tuesday. I think if you're guarding a national monument and like you know there's going to be somebody to like deface it, you'd go for better cameras. Yeah. I agree. I'm just poking fun at it. Wednesday. You couldn't pay me enough. Thursday. Starting to look a little darkish there. Friday. You know, I had a feeling. I had a feeling you were lying to me about something. I don't know how. I can just feel it in my bones when it's not right. Saturday. Remove lens cap. You goofy goober, you. That's so funny. Sunday. Ooh, they had spiky wikies. Mount Rushmore smells just like baby powder nowadays. I think it comes from that stuff the workers put on the heads. Yeah, I see them do it all the time. They go from Washington to Lincoln every night, powdering it like a baby. Anna McElroy, local photographer. Anna, I don't feel like you're gonna live very long. How's it going? Alcatraz attack. Two days before therapy. Map of Pacific Branch United States Military Prison, Alcatraz Island. Everyone knows Alcatraz, baby. Fortifications. Love to land there. Not anymore, I don't ever play. I know Alcatraz. I'm gonna go grab my drink, I'm so thirsty. here. I'm here. Alcatraz Island one day before therapy. Night. I am drinking Milo sweet tea. Alcatrazosis. What do we got? Lay it on me. That's not good. That is not good at all. Yeah. You're about to get multiple islands. Radiation therapy number 1. Projected movement. I love the title cards move kind of like they're doubling up. I like that. No, I haven't. I had saw the first 2-3 episodes, which was up to the link and the heads. I haven't past that point. I haven't seen anything. So no, I'm going into this blind, brother. Oh my goodness. One day after therapy. What about you, Goji? Have you seen this series before? Sounds like you have. Oh man, how wild would that be? Because people go to visit Alcatraz Island. Imagine being on Alcatraz Island. As of 2020, the Alcatraz zone extends to West Texas, as that sucker is split apart. Awesome. It must be a good enough series if you're willing to rewatch it multiple times. Love to hear it. Dean Democracy, James Dean. I've only ever seen one movie with James Dean in it, and I think he dies in the movie. Very sad.
And
it was Rebel Without a Cause.
Evening News, anchor Peter Jennings
Great movie,
told
though.
viewers to look forward to next week for a special broadcast of national significance. Jennings would
Could be
continue
completely
to
wrong
remind
and just
viewers of the
confusing it for
special
how he
broadcast
actually
over the
died,
next
but,
7
you know.
nights, even referring to it at one point as the most unprecedented announcement in recent history.
Okay, lay it on us.
A week after its first mention, Jennings reminded viewers of the special broadcast one last
Also,
time,
Goji, I appreciate
asking them
you
to
staying
pay
up
attention
or
later that
getting up
night for an
to come and hang
exclusive
with
look
me,
at
man.
the greatest
It means a
gift
lot.
to the American people. Due to the anticipation built over the week, over 60 million Americans tuned into ABC, waiting for the evening news to end and for the special broadcast to begin. There were countless theories as to what would occur, from the announcement of alien life to the declaration of an all-out nuclear war. Speculation was brewing intensely. Once the evening news program ended, a black screen with a 10-second countdown commenced with the title Dean Democracy. Some viewers, so terrified of the threat of nuclear war, reportedly experienced nervous breakdowns and ran down the street, declaring that Dean Democracy was the code name for an all-out nuclear
Oh
holocaust.
my goodness.
Yet once the countdown ended, all fears were soon replaced with tears of joy and an excitement not seen since the end of World War II.
What are we waiting for? Let's bring them back home.
Oh, nice.
In the seconds following James Dean's
Well, thanks for getting up a little bit early. You probably could have slept in.
Thousands of neighborhoods erupted into celebration. Although other candidates had promised to end the Vietnam War, none had so accurately expressed the same anger that they had felt, which Dean had perfectly
America got
conveyed
its
in a
ass
15-second
whooped.
broadcast. Due to popular demand,
Vietnam's
the
so
ABC
sad when you
Evening
think
News
about
was
it.
canceled the next night, replaced by
Countless
a 30-minute
Vietnam
loop
people,
of James Dean's presidential
Vietnamese got
announcement.
murdered
The broadcast
senselessly,
was watched again by
and
over
Americans
38
were sent
million
over there to do it
Americans, and the
for
parties
absolutely no
continued for the
reason
rest of the
other
week.
than money, basically. So awful.
Due to repeated assassination attempts on Robert Kennedy, the Democratic Party presidential debates were canceled for the 1968 election season. However, this proved to be no issue for Dean, as polls indicated that he was in the lead for the entirety of 1967
Dean.
and 1968.
Because Nixon
despite
won by a
having
pretty
had fewer
good
public
bit, so
appearances
damn.
and rallies than any other candidate. The strength of his campaign relied on the powerful advertisements he directed that would air every Friday evening on ABC. The series of programs would be considered by many as another weekly TV series.
That's
Went on
kinda
to
cool.
become the highest-rated TV show on television after the conclusion
That would
of Star Trek in
be pretty easy to
1967.
become president if everyone watched your TV show
Although
every
a
week.
presidential debate was eventually scheduled 2 weeks before the election, James Dean instead invited opponent Richard Nixon to a track to race cars on the same night. Although reluctant at first, Nixon eventually agreed and went to spend the entire day with Dean, reportedly even telling the actor, "To hell with it, I'm voting for you. You're already a better president than I'll ever be."
Notoriously,
This statement,
Nixon
although
would
only a
never
rumor,
say that, so that's
spread
why
like
that's so
wildfire in
funny.
tabloids and permanently curbed Nixon's chance for
Nixon
victory.
was a narcissist. He believed himself to be the best of everything
On the
possible.
morning of November 1st,
That's so funny.
1968, 4 days before
He
Election
said,
Day,
"Heck with it, I'm voting
anti-Dean
for you."
groups hijacked radio channels and told civilians they were fed up with James Dean and that television was ruining
Anti-Dean?
American youth. After the broadcast, the groups went on to cut hundreds of power lines in the southeast, effectively preventing any of Dean's presidential ads from reaching
That's a
any
boss
household
move, though.
below Tennessee.
That's the way to do it back
Dean
then.
quickly heard of the incident and, despite the risk of an assassination, flew down to the south and quickly went to work with local electricians to repair the broken power lines.
He would be dead if he
James
touched that.
Dean would be met
Just
with a
saying.
supportive crowd, primarily younger voters who were eager to see a younger face back in the White House. Elderly white conservatives, often the parents of the younger supporters, remained in their houses and occasionally peered through their window blinds to catch a glimpse of the handsome candidate. Although it wasn't known to Dean at the time, hate groups in the South had perpetuated the idea that he was Satan in disguise, and cited
Rebel
his good
with
looks and his
sins.
love for jazz as being clear signs of the devil.
Ooh, James Dean America, 1969 AD. I don't trust him at all. Oh no, Goji.
James Dean is no man.
Produced by the Anti-Dean Association.
Elderly white conservatives in the Southeast would be the only demographic unfazed by his campaign, yet Dean continued to travel from state to state, repairing power lines for 4 days straight until the very
It would have
morning
been
of the
interesting to see
election.
what James Dean would have done if he had lived. Because
On
I think he
November
would have
5th,
became a pretty prolific
1968,
actor.
James Dean received 75%
He was already so
of the popular
famous by the
vote
time
with
he died.
395 electoral votes. Nixon
Damn.
congratulated Dean in a phone call the following
Damn.
morning, but Dean refused to acknowledge the win and
Damn.
instead asked to race cars again at the track.
That man had everyone wrapped around his finger.
On January 20th, 1969, James Dean held his inaugural address at the official Capitol Raceway. Although presidents in the past had speeches that were typically around 20 minutes, Dean spoke for less than a minute.
I have a speech, and it has the flotsam that you people expect to hear. But that's not fair. No, that's not fair at all. I'm here for all of you. It's only fair that you speak for yourselves. My words shouldn't be louder than yours. So I brought many other guests to speak. They're just people like you and I. In the same time that many other presidents have spoken by themselves, America will speak. Thank you.
Honestly, whoever wrote that, that is so fucking awesome. That was a really cool speech.
Dean proceeded to introduce many groups to the microphone, including civil rights activists and Native American families. Martin Luther King Jr. would also come forward to speak in his first appearance since an attempt on his life 9 months prior.
MLK still
President Dean would
kicking!
conclude the inauguration with a brief bongo performance and went on to race Richard Nixon at the track. In subsequent presidential inaugurations, those who disagreed with the elected president would instead celebrate Dean Democracy Day and protested by watching Dean's unique take on the address in place of the actual one.
Interesting.
In a
April
televised
20th,
address,
1969.
President Dean planned to inform Americans of his first 90 days in office. However, 6 seconds into the broadcast, the audio cut out and remained absent for the remainder of the speech. Although anti-Dean groups claimed responsibility and pride in the sabotage, many civilians claimed that it benefited the president. The silent broadcast highlighted President Dean's sincere facial expressions and lively disposition, as opposed to the
They said,
stern
we
and
can't
stiff
understand what the
personalities
fuck
of
he's
prior
saying, but the
administrations.
boys got
Viewers were
spunked,
proud
damn
to
it.
see a man in his prime at the most important
I
position
respect
in
it.
the country.
That's a way to judge a
Ironically,
president.
President Dean's popularity grew after the technical difficulty, and film director Stanley Kubrick went on to call the broadcast the greatest silent film ever made.
I hate being in the dark. I brought my flashlight. I get scared. 37th president. That was cool. That was very informative. I love lore building or world building, so that was perfect. I love that. That was so fun. Air Force One Angel. Tell me Air Force One is a monster? Not Air Force One. On August 17th, 2003, Air Force One made an unannounced trip across the continental United States. Many civilians claim to have seen the aircraft drop packages on various national monuments. Ooh, nice. Now I'm excited. It's a Goji favorite. Alcatraz. What? I mean, whoever took this photo got killed. White House officials later disclosed that the unusual flight of Air Force One was unauthorized and unmanned. The lone figure seen inside the plane, dubbed the Air Force One Angel, has yet to be identified by federal authorities. Of course. That's crazy. That's insane. Wow, that was short but sweet. Lincoln Looker. That's fun to say. Lincoln Looker.
I was a Lincoln Looker.
Does that sound oddly racial to you guys? The Lincoln Looker? No, that's not what it is. It sounds nostalgic, maybe. For lint liquor. Lint liquor, Lincoln Looker. That is a tongue twister. Lincoln Looker, lint liquor. Lint liquor, Lincoln Looker. Ooh.
Looker for 2 weeks. It was terrifying. One moment you're at home answering the door, and the next you're stuck in some kind of suit. The smell was awful in there, and the metal seat was so cold.
Oh, I hit my elbow on the desk.
All you can do is look through 2 little holes. It was some kind of mask, and whenever the sun shined near, I could see the inside of it. It was a familiar face. Every few nights, straws would be put through the holes, and someone would feed me some weird soup. After 2 weeks, they found out that they had misidentified me, and I wasn't the correct Lincoln Looker. Reagan apologized to me personally.
Really does feel like that, for sure. Every episode has been so well done.
They don't care if I talk about it or not. No one would take me seriously. Lincoln looking is just too absurd.
Oh, they referenced Lincoln earlier on the monument. On the base. Can't remember the name of the damn monument. The one with the president's face is in the stone. They said something about the blood of Lincoln.
There's always that someone that we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but they've done something that's affected us personally. Often you're the only person who remembers this act. But I've been that bad, but memory hurts. Everyone experiences this, and the president is no exception. Except he can do something about it. Every president can choose one person to be a Lincoln looker. After their alibi is fabricated, the person is abducted from their home, and they stay a Lincoln looker for as long as the president sits in office. Nobody can question his decision, and it's no trial.
He just gets a freebie.
Surprised, but it's nothing new. It's been a tradition. Lincoln lookers have been around for a very long time.
That's so crazy. He gets a freebie. Due to rumors that Lincoln lookers were imprisoned behind presidential portraits, White House officials publicly removed and reinstalled the portraits to demonstrate that no space existed to hold Lincoln lookers. Portrait 1. Nothing. Wall behind Portrait 1. Portrait 2. Nothing. Wall behind Portrait 2. Howard Melrose.
Hello, we're not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hey, Eunice. It's Howard.
Hey, Howard.
I don't know what I just saw. I was at the top of the steps, reading the inscriptions and talking to visitors, when I started to hear a faint scratching sound. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I got close to the chair, I realized that the scratching was coming from inside the marble. So I went to a guard and asked whether she could do anything about animals that could be trapped in there. She told me not to worry about it, and that they'd take care of it once there were fewer visitors. A few minutes passed,
Oh,
and
no,
the
really?
scratching became
Damn,
much
okay.
louder. I went back to the guard and asked what kind of animals usually got stuck in there, and she said, wild animals. The sound started to make visitors anxious.
Thank you for letting me know that,
One
Goji.
voice
I'll have to
spoke
check
so
them
hard
now.
at his mother's
We'll do it at
hand,
the beginning, but I'll
begging
check this
to
one at the
leave.
end.
A blind girl with one of those canes went up to the chair and pressed her head against it to listen. Then she started crying. Her parents tried to pull her away, but she just began to hit the chair with her cane. That's when the guards asked everyone to go back down the steps. I don't know why, and it's going to sound crazy, but I felt compelled to help. So I went to the blind girl and joined her in hitting the marble. The guards tried to pin us down, but the scratching became too loud for even them. It sounded like someone was shaving down a chalkboard.
Damn.
Eventually the marble began to crack, and a few more hits caused the crevice to expand all the way to the top of the chair. There was a sudden burst of air from the damage, and the head suddenly turned toward us. I was afraid it would fall, so I picked the girl up and went down a few steps. The head slowly rotated back into place, and when it started to be pushed upwards, I took out my camera. It was no wild animal.
What was it, Howard? Howard Melrose recorded the following images. Nice. Archivist note 9. Okay, to be fair, this one doesn't have anything, but the next one probably does. Footage from the 2003 event may trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Includes a newly restored clip from the Washington Standard operation. Film damage is no longer visible. The 20th Washington absentee has been identified. 20th Washington absentee. What the heck is that? Maybe it's like the Washington Monument? Kind of like Lincoln Looker is for Lincoln. Maybe there's Washington absentees for Washington. The special tree.
The forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung, except for the
That's
special
okay, Goji.
tree,
That's alright.
which could not be stung. She missed her friends and the hymns they sung, so she started a tune that broke the man's lung.
Okay, that was good. Got a timeline? Oh, we do. Timeline of events. Love a good timeline. Take me through it. 1840. First photograph of the special tree is taken. Okay, so it's a very old tree. You hear a puppy, he is. Oh my god, they built the Washington Monument around it. Construction begins. No, don't get rough. I looked at my dog and now he's roughing at me. He wants pets. 1861 to 1865. Oh my gosh, dude, calm down. I'm petting him. He's getting mad. Construction halts due to the American Civil War. Prisoners of war are seen being led into the unfinished tower. That's fucked up. POWs, man. That means they were just... Oh, that's fucked up. 1888. About time you guys finished it. Construction is completed. The tree doesn't grow at all? $19.10. Visit the Washington Monument and listen closely. Hear the music within the walls. 10 cents per head. The Washington Monument becomes a major tourist attraction. $19.10 to 1971. That's a lot of people. It's 19. From 1910 to 1971, 20 individuals disappear while the missing visitors are known as the Washington absentees. That's only 19, so that means they finally identified the 20th. Boom. Already connecting the dots. Easy money. I would never have known that. Had Goji not pointed it out. Wow, my god, I stopped petting him. He got mad. Classified film titled Washington Standard Operation is leaked by news agencies. What do we got? Monument entrance door. Hoisting cable. Sound waves. I guess it knocks them out. Holy shit, didn't they drop them? What if they don't die? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What if they don't die? You could just break your knees. I mean, you're probably going to break everything. The infection is nigh. The music of Washington will end. What do we got? I don't think that's supposed to be like that. Oh my god! It's flipped over, that's the tip. Holy crap. That's the Washington Monument with a tree inside. Holy crap. All 19 Washington absentees are found unconscious at the base of the monument. Okay. Yeah, that was a good episode. Yeah, there's a tree in the Washington Monument. That's how we do around here. Archivist note, partially restored. Delaware River Journal. Delaware River,
An
USA.
accidental discovery made by two fishermen has sent shockwaves across the nation. Around 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Ralph Grassman and Michael Tillman were reeling in the last batch of catfish when
Good
something
men,
on
good
the
men,
ice
good
caught
men.
their eye.
Love a good
It
catfish.
looked like a bicorn, one of those hats from way back when, said Grassman. He also the two who also organized the trip. Grassman walked down the ice to retrieve the hat. When he pulled back the hat from the ice, someone back in shock at the sight of a human scalp, partially exposed in the ice. Tillman walked over and after a brief discussion with Grassman, agreed to remove the rest of the body from the ice. The effort took several hours, but by 10 p.m. the fishermen were able to pull the entire body from
Gotta
the
give them
ice
credit.
with
At
no
least they're
further
not.
damage.
I mean, I wouldn't
Although
have
both
pulled it
men had
out, but I would have
presumed that
definitely called the
individual was
police.
already dead for some time. Tillman exclaimed in shock when he reportedly saw the individual's eyelid twitch. Grassman suggested to immediately take the body home and attempt to revive the frozen man. They proceeded to carry it back to Grassman's apartment. They laid the body in a full bathtub, gradually raising the water's temperature throughout the night to prevent shock.
That's
Grassman
wild if that
claims
dude's
to have learned
alive.
this
That's
technique from a
that's
book magazine
impossible.
he had read
That's
as a child.
wild. I'm gobsmacked.
At 2 a.m. the following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly regained consciousness and shouted, "Victory or death," while Grassman rested in the living room. By 7 a.m., the frozen individual appeared to have relaxed.
Man just
in a
wakes
deep
up and
coma.
lets out a
Further
war
Grassman
cry and then
confirmed
passes
local
right the back
authorities.
out.
And that's why he hadn't called medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads in the dark. Shortly after being phoned, paramedics arrived and rushed the frozen man to the Delaware State Hospital.
Good hospital,
Throughout
good
the
hospital.
experience, both fishermen thought that
Never been there
individual's face
myself,
seemed
but you know,
vaguely
I've heard good
familiar.
things.
It was only when Tillman pulled out a dollar bill that the connection was fully made. When we first dug him out, we moved his clothes so that we could carry him more easily. Clothes weighed a ton because they were completely frozen over. By day, if we saw the clothes without ice, then we could have no doubt that we dug out George Washington.
George fucking Washington?
Although Delaware State Hospital has declined to comment on the identity and the condition of the man, Grassman brought the bicorn hat from the previous day to the Delaware History Museum, where historians confirmed that
They just pulled out the first president of the United States of America.
Raised more questions than answers.
fuck?
As further research revealed that no Washington reenactors or artifacts have been reported.
President
missing.
Washington did what
Grassman
Walt Disney
believes
wished
the
he
man who dug
could.
out from the ice is the true George Washington, and the former president had become gravely ill while crossing the Delaware River. Grassman claims that the imminent death of Washington could have been devastating to the war effort. His condition was likely kept secret by having a double acting as the president until 1797. And asked for
That's
an
crazy.
explanation to why the body had been found so far from the site of the battle. Grassman replied,
I
"He
bet back in the
drifted
day you
away
could
or was
you could get away with that shit. So we're like, oh, this is John, and it's completely not John. I get that. You could easily switch out people back then.
Thoughts on the discovery in 2 words. I'm surprised.
December 27th, 1976. That's all, folks. The Rockefeller tragedy. Archivist notes, although primarily written by Virginia herself, the final draft of Virginia in Wonderland does contain words and phrases provided by her legal guardian for clarification. Construction of the Rockefeller Center began in early 1930 when pre-existing buildings in the area were demolished to provide space. The center's original Christmas tree, raised by its own construction workers, was first seen by J.D. Rockefeller toward the end of this period of demolition. Inspired, Rockefeller handpicked 3 trees for the next 3 Christmases, 31, 32, and 33. The special tree would make its first appearance at the center on the 4th year, 1934. Ah, what's happening? I love lore. A Recollection of Tragedy by John D. the oil mogul? That Rockefeller? Yeah. Another one. We have one in Washington Monument. Now we got a Christmas special tree.
During the first winter of the center's construction, the workers set up a Christmas tree just outside the entrance. It was an uncanny sight to see a green fir
I'm entranced
in the middle
by this man's
of what
voice.
appeared to be a no man's land. But this tree, humbly ordained with strings of cranberries, buttons, and tin cans, greatly affected me. It demonstrated that even in the darkest
Holy fuck!
of
Oh
times,
god, I thought that was
the
a bug, dude. I
American
fucking have like a
people
top
light
to one of
the
my
beacons of
baits.
hope.
Fuck,
I
that scared
thought
the shit out of me.
it
It was
would be the
rolling
start
towards me.
of a great an inspiring tradition, so I traveled north to
Yeah, for real.
Babylon
Does sound
in
dead.
search of a Christmas tree.
God, my heart's
for the
racing now.
following
Scared the
year.
shit out of me. Little plastic piece. Lay it on me. What do we got? Virginia in Wonderland by Virginia. I like you, Virginia. You're going places. You already got a book published.
For 12 days and 12 nights, Mr. Rockefeller looked for the best tree in the forest. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too short.
You know, I get that.
How about
I get that.
this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too tall. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too average. Mr. Rockefeller soon feared that he would leave empty-handed. Then, on the 12th night, just as he was packing up his stuff, Mr. Rockefeller heard the sweetest tune in the air. It sounded as though the very wind itself had fallen in love.
Is it
He and
average
his
by
men
who?
followed the
Who?
song and found themselves at the base of a very, very special tree. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? It's perfect. For the rest of the night, the men swung their axes at the special tree. Chop, chop, chop. However, when the sun rose, the tree was still standing. Their axes had left no marks at all. Mr. Rockefeller was surprised. The next day, Mr. Rockefeller and his men laid 100 sticks of dynamite around the tree.
I think that might be a bit
3,
overdoing it.
2, 1, boom! Yet, the special tree continued to stand.
I stand corrected and a
Mr.
fool.
Rockefeller was surprised. So Mr. Rockefeller decided to hire the best team of grave diggers to take the tree out of the ground. After a week of digging, they told Mr. Rockefeller the tree will be out in 3 years at this rate.
Damn.
Mr. Rockefeller was surprised, but he decided to let the grave diggers work. He would pick the next 3 best trees for the next 3
that is an
Christmas
interesting
days.
choice.
But by the 4th year, the special tree was ready to display.
What I'm talking about, 1934, special trees ready to be displayed.
For the last 2 years, I have seldom
You didn't say that,
mentioned
but
the
it would-
tragedy
maybe.
that occurred at the center. Many have taken offense at my silence, claiming it to be the result of a desensitization to workplace accidents. Indeed, I have seen enough accidents in 3 lifetimes, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened at the center. For some time now, my friends have blamed the center's original construction workers for the tragedy, since it was their very own Christmas tree that had started the whole tradition. But the truth is that their tree brought joy and wonder to the
Wonder?
public. It was my tree, and my tree alone, that brought about the unprecedented loss.
You's a bitch, John D. Rockefeller. You's a baby back bitch. If Virginia gets hurt, mother trucker.
On a cold December morning in Midtown Manhattan, Rockefeller's men slowly raised the special tree. Heave ho!
That made me giggle. That made me giggle
Heave-ho!
good.
Heave ho!
Child
By the
labor.
afternoon, the special tree stood tall and still. It was unlike any other tree, having no color, branches, or leaves. The mayor of New York, Mr. Guardia, thought that the tree was too bare and asked for branches to be added so that ornaments could be hung. Mr. Rockefeller didn't agree. He thought the tree was perfect, just the way it was. But since Mayor Guardia had been one of his best friends, Mr. Rockefeller told his men to glue some branches on. I, Virginia, watched as the men placed branches on the special tree. I had saved my money for over 9 months to purchase a little star ornament because I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the Rockefeller Christmas tree.
Okay.
It laid in my pocket while I watched because I planned to hang my ornament as soon as the tree was
Hey,
standing.
first in line,
After
girl.
the final
Work it.
branch had been added and all the men left, I quickly ran up to the tree. But to my astonishment, The lowest branch of the tree was over twice my height. I jumped as high as I could, but still, the lowest branch was out of my reach. I was very disappointed. I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the tree, but now I had no chance. Unless I called my friends.
Your friends!
At once, I began counting my friends on my fingers. There was Helen, Charles, Elizabeth, Alice, Joseph,
I'm gonna say 3-9.
Elsie, Orville, Edith, Olive, and Philip.
I'm not gonna remember all of them. Sorry.
10 friends.
You have 10
for
friends.
help.
That's it.
Then I realized that 10 friends standing on each other's shoulders could put me at the very top of the Christmas tree. My star could be the first and the tallest. Without a second to spare, I ran from door to door asking for help. Knock, knock, knock. Helen, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Charles, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Elizabeth, are you there? Eventually, I gathered all 10 of my friends at the bottom of the Rockefeller Christmas tree.
I feel like this is not going to end well.
To have them all stand on each other and form a
And I
ladder
am
for
worried
me to
for
climb to the
Virginia.
top.
Or
My friends
Virginia.
understood my
My lips
excitement,
cannot
and they
work
quickly
with my
started to climb
mind
onto
to say
each
the
other's
words I would
shoulders.
like to say.
Ow! Helen had stepped on Charles' fingers. Ow! Charles had stepped on Elizabeth's fingers. Ow! Elizabeth had stepped on Alice's fingers. After many groans and tumbles, my friends formed a sturdy ladder, and I began to climb. My joy grew with every passing face, and before I knew it, I was at the very top, looking down at the tree.
Get it, Fergie.
My ladder of friends swayed back and forth, and occasionally felt like it was about to collapse. But I tuned out the movement and focused on the tree. Closer, friends, closer. Then I secured the metal star at the top of the tree. It was perfect. Hooray! Victory! I'm the first! Just then, there was a strange sound. The tree began to shake. Its glued branches fell off all at once, and the entire tree slowly bent backwards. Soon, the very top of it touched the ground, forming a perfect arc. It was like a very strange rainbow. My heart
That's what we saw the monument, Washington Monument do.
From the tree's top. Bolts of lightning then shot out from inside the arc of the tree, producing thunderous booms. The lightning scared my friends.
Kind of looks like a portal.
We all tumbled to the ground and ran in all directions, but the lightning caught up to us. I was blinded by a great white light. I remember when my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees, and I saw...
What did that say?
In a flash.
Remember when my eyes adjusted? I was... No, stop that. You keep putting the words there for 2 seconds. You know? And I saw so many people. One man ran up to me and whispered, "The trees are not trees." Tried to play me for a fool, did you?
In a flash, I returned to the street where my friends and I had been struck by the lightning. We were all on the ground, being attended to by other people. I had scratched my legs badly, and I could see that my friends were also hurt. I looked up at the Rockefeller buildings, and I thought that they looked a little different. The whole street looked a little different, and the special tree was nowhere in sight.
The Lord.
It is only natural for the reader at this point to wonder why the incident has been referred to as a tragedy. There had been no loss of life, and, aside from a few temporary scorch marks on the center, no damage to the surrounding property. I, too, assumed it was a mostly inconsequential event, likely an electrical accident whose effects were exaggerated by the children at the scene. I was grateful that every life involved had been spared. A death at the center would have weighed heavily on my mind for some time.
She did
But
say it looked different.
when
I wasn't
encountered the results
I
of the
wasn't even thinking of that.
medical examinations,
I was trying to figure
I
out why
wished
everything looked
that
different,
death
but that
had
would explain it.
occurred in place of the unfathomable.
Virginia, you dimension
My
top.
mom visited me at the hospital, but they looked completely
Oh,
different.
fuck, she did do that.
Ma looked worried. After she wiped her tears, she asked, "Did you hang your bear at the Rockefeller tree?" I answered, "It wasn't a bear. I was going to hang a star." To which they asked, "What do you mean?"
Oh, that's
I
sad.
asked, "Where did you get these clothes?" I answered, "These are my clothes, the ones you helped me put on this morning." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" My ma then asked, "Why are there dots all over your face?" I answered, "Those are my freckles. I've had them since I was little." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" My parents quietly left my bed and talked to my friends' parents. Then they all started
Oh,
to
those poor
cry
kids,
and
man.
yell.
Poor parents too,
The
but
nurses made them leave.
so
It
sad.
made me feel better. None of us thought that our real parents had visited, but they all did feel familiar. Orville and Philip were especially shaken. They didn't even share the same last name with their parents.
Eh,
The
that's
nurses
sad.
tried to convince us that those who had visited us were our parents, and that we would come around to properly greet them after we healed. But it was hard to believe. Whenever I looked out the window, I saw that Manhattan looked
Look out
different
my
from memory.
window.
Mr. Rockefeller himself was kind enough to visit us in the hospital.
I bet he's just getting
He asked
information.
us whether
Yeah.
we were okay.
As soon as I saw that
And the nurses
1786, I was like, I bet he's just
He
getting
and the nurses
information.
began to ask us some very easy questions about American history.
You're a piece
And
of
as
shit,
we
Rockefeller.
replied, they would chuckle and shake their heads, until I told Mr. Rockefeller who I thought he was. He chuckled at first, and then became silent, as if the simple fact had deeply affected him. He had asked all my friends a few more questions about himself, and with each answer, he seemed a little more scared. Mr. Rockefeller quietly stood with the nurses for a while, before he wished us a Merry Christmas and left. That evening, the nurses took x-rays of us to make sure we hadn't broken our ribs. Usually, those taking the x-rays are more than happy to show their patients what the pictures looked like. But when I asked to see them, the nurses ignored me. I didn't fall asleep that night. I kept my ear close to the wall to hear what the nurses were saying next door.
Freaking the fuck
I
out.
heard one sentence over and over. "Everything's backwards." I wonder what they meant by that. I never told my friends because I didn't want to scare them. But I spent the rest of the night with my hand to my chest, wondering if my heart was ever on the right side.
Our girl didn't deserve this. Virginia is a loving little lady. And this is an awful, awful thing.
For several weeks, the children were kept under observation at the Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. I visited them as soon as I had the chance to. All the families of these children were deeply unsettled, that they had all independently come to the conclusion their child had been replaced by a doppelganger. They claimed that these new sons and daughters possessed substantial differences from their real children. The majority of differences involved altered physical attributes and the inability to recognize familiar locations and characters, such as their parents and their homes. Two boys even claimed to have names different to those that their mothers had given them at birth. But of all the discrepancies, the most bizarre was their faulty recollections of notable persons and events. For instance, each of the affected children claimed that I had become the wealthiest man in America through an oil monopoly. It is common knowledge that I did indeed work at an oil refinery in my youth, but to entirely deny my 2 terms as president
Damn,
and
Rockefeller.
insist instead that I had always been a mere philanthropist struck me as being particularly odd. The families were agonized by the children's behavior. Some continued to search for their real children. I support their endeavors, but I do not believe that the children's afflictions were the result of hysteria. Every day, I find myself recollecting the day that I had selected the tree. I have since realized the difficulties involved in the removal of it should have repeatedly discouraged me. And had I been discouraged, the families of those children would not be experiencing the anguish that they currently have. Perhaps I never had the opportunity to select another tree. Perhaps I was meant to select that tree regardless of my persistent character. Perhaps we are all trolleys, forced to follow the path of the track to each of our destinations. I take solace in that thought. Or perhaps the tree chose me.
Many, including my father, believe that the 1934 Christmas tree vanished. This is untrue. I have seen it wandering in the plaza on many occasions, and it resembles a man far more than any tree. Interesting. John D. Rockefeller Jr. You did just say that. You did. I was there, I can attest. Nice. Two cameras were used during the Arnoldson's trip, a professional photography camera and a one-time use video camcorder. The inexpensive camcorder produced low-quality clips, which were further degraded by the stabilization effects added with Maze Movie Maker. My crazy Grand Canyon adventure! Me and my brother deep in thought. He's gonna fly. A little break from the death and destruction. Then I saw something really weird. Oh no. I believe I can fly. What you see, man? Made the whole place smell like vinegar. Did you get me all worked up for a fucking bird? Rock on. Then I saw it again. Round 2 with the fucking bird. That bird sounds like it's having a great fucking time, though. Oh. Caution, sheer cliff. Control your children and pets. Oh no, we're gonna die. I was a big bird. Mr. Squirrel. We did a little research and found out what we saw. It's called a canyon gallon, or a canyon crown. It uses vinegar to shrink its huge head back into its body. My dad said the reason we went on this trip was so he could find his sister Maya. I think that was Maya. Oh God. Maya turned into a bird. Got a bunch of headless people. Head off! Thanks for watching. By Lauren Arnoldson. I don't remember if we've already seen another Arnoldson. I thought we had. O.M. Gallagher. A lot of names. January 2021. Minimize geographical disorientation, the monarch's route was simulated with a contemporary map from our timeline. The modern-day borders of European countries are widely known. In regards to Freedom's metal eyelids, as mentioned in Nina Crawford's journal, it is believed that the child was unfamiliar with the term plaster and instead named the most durable material she knew of, metal. Okay. Try to remember that, I suppose. Sculptor. Excerpts from a series of exchanges from 1858. A child. Thomas Walter, Thomas Crawford, Montgomery Meg, Alfonso Zafir. Liberty must stand on the Capitol dome. Yes, I will find an artist to bring the statue to life. Engineer to sculptor? Would you provide a design for the statue? Most certainly. Freedom 1, Freedom 2, Freedom 3. Freedom 3 will do, but change her cap. I will remove the cap and begin to cat. Ooh, getting the hiccups. 6 weeks later. Freedom is difficult to cast. Apologies for delay. 3 weeks later. Is Freedom on her way? Detective to engineer. Inspector Zafino speaking. Mr. Crawford passed away. Monarcha will receive Freedom. Expect arrival in a month. Damn, Sculptor died. Part 2, Daughter. Text and illustrations by Nina Crawford, read by an Italian student in Gibraltar. Yeah. Papa's sketch for Freedom are beautiful. She looks like Mama if she was a queen. I asked Papa if he could make a statue that looks like me. He said yes. Papa went to his studio today. I asked whether he started working on my statue yet, and he just kept smiling. I think he is. Papa is very kind. We have not heard from Papa for a few days. This has happened before since he likes to work at his studio for a long time, but Mama was very worried today. She left for a studio after she tucked me in bed. Mama returned home tonight. She went straight to her room. Inspector Zavino came by today. He asked us about Papa and then went to Mama's room. A few moments later, more men showed up. Mama was crying. She kept yelling. She has his eyes. She has his eyes. I was scared. I ran out of the house. I remember Papa telling Mama about how the statue would be put on a ship named Monarch. I went to the docks and found her anchored nearby. Next to the ship were some boxes. Parts of freedom were in each of the boxes. I crawled into the box that was empty. I hope to be sent to where Papa is. I feel his spirit around freedom. Does feel like it's leading up to that point. I am very hungry. The boxes are tied with rope, so I cannot get out by myself. There's a loud noise in the room, like clay being dragged across the floor. I can hear the ropes being cut and something big coming out of the box. Is it Papa? There are more sounds like wood being broken. Since the ropes broke, I quickly got out of the box and found some bread and fruit in the room next door. And I am wrong. It isn't Papa, but it has his eyes. I'm scared of going into the box again. It made louder sounds yesterday. While I gathered food, I think the men saw me. The box is the only place to hide. I think she's about to be inside that monument. The ropes keep being broken by the thing with Papa's eyes. I'm scared that either it or the men will open my box. I will not write as much because I am afraid of making noise. I will write again when I am on land. She hopped in the box. She wanted to be close to her, or she wanted to get sent to where her dad was. She thought the box was going to go there. Thing with Papa's eyes took me today. It held me as it ran through the jungle. The sword cut me. Could not see me much in the dark, but I did see Papa's eyes staring down at me from those metal eyelids. We went down a hole into a deep cave. After it let me down on the ground, it started a fire by hitting its arms against the rock. It has been sharpening its sword on the rocks for hours now, but it has not ever looked down at its blade. Since I have started writing today, the thing with Papa's eyes has been looking at me. I think you're about to get carved up. Part 3, Captain. Excerpts from the Captain's Log of the Monarch.
19 aprile.
6 crates were loaded at dawn. They are heavy, each containing a part of a large sculpture. Inspector Zaffino told me that it is the goddess of freedom. Each crate was fastened with ropes in the storage room. No sliding is possible. We left Livorno at noon. Bye, Goji. Thanks for hanging out for a little while, man. We landed in Gibraltar at dawn. The ship took hours to steer into port. There were many, many holes in the storage room. Each one allowed enormous amounts of water to enter without the tar. We would have sunk in 3 days.
C'erano molti buchi neri postiglia. Ciascuno di essi ha permesso d'enormi quantità d'acqua di entrare. Senza il catrame saremmo affondati in 3 giorni.
We opened the crates for customs officers. The crates were empty.
Erano vuote.
Part 4, Commissioner. Written and read by Commissioner H. Morgan.
On the morning of April 29th, we received numerous reports regarding a tremendous force that rushed up the rock.
Okay.
Which tore down hundreds of trees and created several landslides throughout the previous night.
That's badass.
One civilian likened the phenomena to the work of a gigantic crazed fella. Due to the sheer number of reports and the high level of concern in the surrounding community, I deployed myself along with 13 officers to the rock in search of an explanation. We discovered that there was indeed a newly forged trail through the dense foliage stretching almost the entire height of the rock. The trail
I hope you brought some serious weaponry.
With no bends in the path. The cuts to the trees themselves were precise. The downed trees continued to be warm to the touch, presumably due to the extreme speed of this force. A few fires present
That's
along
badass.
the trail were extinguished by fellow officers as we traversed the rock. The path ended at a large crevice in the ground, which looked to be an entrance to a large underground cavern. After requesting additional men and equipment, Officer Hadley descended into the crevice. It was not long until Hadley exclaimed in fright and urged us all to enter. Within the following hour, a majority of us were in the cavern, which appeared to be an undiscovered offshoot of Sir Michael's cave. In the middle of the location stood a plaster model of a tall Greco-Roman statue of a woman. Surrounding this sculpture were the splayed remains of an individual, flattened like a set of clothes. A hollowed-out torso was stretched a quarter of the way up the statue, the sight of which compelled a few of the officers to exit the cavern.
She skinned her and put the skin on her.
Were collected and sent to the morgue, while the sculpture was cleaned and lifted out. The statue's blade, held in its right hand, matched the cuts.
Yeah, I think the kid.
Down trees.
Yeah, I think she flattened and skinned the kid's skin and put it on herself.
Officially concludes that the work of the crazed fella was nothing more than the result of heavy winds.
Damn, Virginia, that's a fucking way to go, man.
A journal was discovered in the cavern. The translation of its Italian text is in progress.
That hurts, Virginia. That hurts. Part 5, Craftsman, Freedom, written by Philip Reed.
Arrives the tight-knit wooden ship.
Oh, that's a good fucking voice right there. I want to see you on National Geographic.
Woman sleeping in its vessel.
That's a lullaby in my
helmet wrapped in a robe, clutching a sword and a damaged shield. Overheard a conversation with the captain. A violent conflict with Freedom at the port in Gibraltar.
I never thought a voice could edge me. This is insane.
Inside her is the plaster. And I walk away, silently believing Freedom craved liberation so terribly.
Whatever this man was paid, he needs to be doubled.
But off the ship, she was dragged away. Freedom locked up. Freedom in chains. They tell me I have to take it out of her. So hook, rope, peel, and pull. When it was done, Freedom stood motionless. Freedom stood still. I see the final bronze woman, and I feel as if, maybe even hope, she's only dormant now, and will awaken again.
Yeah, for real. Freedom is waiting on these motherfuckers. He's gonna go on a rampage. Part 6, Sculpture. Anti-Dean Association storms U.S. Capitol. Millions look on in horror during attack on democracy. Statue of Freedom is shot down by ADA gunfire. Anti-Dean Association gunfire. Oh, I was like, the assistant district attorney. What? No, sorry. I'm an idiot. Ooh, y'all done fucked up. They shot her down, and I bet she is pissed off. Yeah, they just shot her down, and I bet she is about to be pissed off. Yeah, for real. That was cool. How's it going? It's just a teaser. Oh, so that was the finale of season 1. Was that one? Cool.
Now let's learn about the sides and
I am
corners
not
of
Alex,
different
Kansas.
shapes.
She was too old for this nursery. I just moved
A
luggage.
side or an edge is a line segment that joins two adjacent corners of a shape.
Alex based Riley Tillin on me.
A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides converge.
She was luggage.
Let's look at this triangle.
You are luggage too.
It has 3 sides.
Luggage is easy to lose.
1, 2, 3.
It would appear so, my good man. It would appear so.
It also has 3 corners.
Oh, he's taking her into the corner. Oh, fuck. Sincerely, Alex's inspiration. Yeah, he's about to take her into the corner world. Your insides are about to become origami. Statement from Mays. Did you know that several photographs of President Dean have been manipulated to protect legitimate national security interests? Visit our Twitter account for more fun facts. Nathaniel Arneson. Yeah. Before you can finish brushing your teeth, before you can finish showering, before you can finish getting dressed, before you can finish breakfast, before you can finish the morning paper. That's a lot of befores, man. Popcorn will be ready. Okay, was not expecting that payoff, but alright. With a startup time just under 60 seconds, Popcorn Prime is the fastest personal computer on Earth. Your popcorn is waiting. Mays. Mays Manufacturing Plant, 1960 to 1971. 1960. Respectable, gotta start somewhere. 61. 62. Pretty fast expansion, I'll say. Yeah, I was about to say they're expanding pretty fucking quickly. Having just as many stores opened in just as many years operational is wild.
Mays and the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission wanted to know about the mandatory recall of all personal computers. Personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure. Properly dispose of your computer at a local hazardous tech collection center. Your safety is of the
Fourth
utmost
Amendment
importance
rights
to
do
us.
not apply. (1960) Mays Machines is founded by Rob Greers and Rob. 1969, President Dean establishes the Department of Technology, uniting all major American computer corporations and allocating billions of dollars towards technological advancements.
Now this delegation pays him this ovation and rises to its feet.
Mays produces the first personal video camera and home computer by 1970. Ahoy, hoy! 1972, Mays collaborates with the Department of Defense to initiate the first system to control the true forces of mass destruction. Project Horned Serpent. Probably did, but I like the way I said it. 1980, Mays is attacked. They had it coming. That's cool. In 1990, the last American personal computer is shut down on national television. Toodaloo! That did not last long. In 2000, we've learned from our mistakes. What are you going to do different? Control is confidence, and today there are no doubts. With Mays Movie Maker, now you can take control. Yeah, I'm a little ways off myself. Exploring under a maze factory. What's under there? What you got going on? Oh, you getting in there, brother. You're wild. Gonna walk into a defense contractor's building unaccompanied with a camera? You know, some people have balls of steel. I like to think mine are more like balls of wood, but steel is out there, and this man has them. But first, we spread the word. Beware the monuments. Oh, this is the people that have been tagging. Okay. Military industrial complex grows. What's funny is the tape has the property of maze tag, which means these people most definitely got caught, or at least their camera found. Ooh. The cave was very quiet and humid. Absolutely not. Love the music. I just want to. I'm gonna get high. Sounds like a great music to do it to. I say get. I've been there, but you know, there were no light fixtures on any pieces of equipment or any pieces of equipment. No animals, not even. Ooh, what does it? Why you point that out? Ooh. Why is the cave electrified? Oh my goodness. Never mind, the cave's infected. Do not visit these sites. They have not been fed in years. Ooh. I'm guessing by fed they mean... Oh, Arnoldson, Maya, and Nathaniel. Filmed by Maya and Nathaniel. So this takes place before the Grand Canyon trip, because the Grand Canyon trip, I'm guessing Nathaniel's the brother that daughter, I can't remember the name, was talking about. She said, we came here because my dad is looking for his sister, Maya. And Maya, she thinks, is that bird. So this was filmed by Maya and Nathaniel. Booyah. Maze Movie Maker. How's it going? I enjoyed that one a lot. I love the length of these. They're all pretty decent length. Arabic text is incompatible with English tea machines. To view a Twitter post sent from an Arabic tea machine, please use an Arabic tea machine. Likewise, please use an Arabic intelligence device to watch Maze News Network broadcast in Arabic. I haven't been saying it so weird. Arabic. What the fuck? Otherwise, the text on screen will be distorted. Share these tips with your friends and family on Twitter. No. It's a fucking bird now. Suez Canal, March 2021. Don't you fucking do it. Don't you do it. My man said we're going to block the Suez Canal. Dude, this music. I love it. March 23rd, 7:44 a.m. He seriously did it. Wild man. Boo.
For the last 2 weeks, the container ship Ever Given has obstructed the Suez Canal. With every passing hour, it is costing the global economy over $400 million. At the request of the Egyptian president, the United States will end the crisis with nuclear force. Both Congress and the United Nations Security Council have approved the use of a small thermonuclear weapon on the Suez Canal, several miles from the Ever Given's location. The blast itself will not reach the ship. However, the waves generated are expected to dislodge the Ever Given from its present position. Oh, was she actually president?
I'm not upset the first woman president won't be Hillary. I prefer Kamala. Please tell me that thing gets stuck again. How fucking funny would that be? Oh my god. Whoa! Twitter TM machine, aka T machine. Ooh, I like this. Where did the Evergiven go? The ship disappeared according to officials. Got up and left? Why is everyone confused? Remember the ship that was stuck in the Suez Canal? It just disappeared. That thing just got up and like, my man just grew legs and walked. Oh my god, it grew legs and fucking walked. That's funny. That's funny. That thing seriously grew some legs, got up and said, all right, this is what you guys wanted. The Americans just released a monster. Nobody asked for a sequel to Attack of the Crab Monsters, 1957. The Americans destroyed the Suez Canal and released a demon. Great. So is the ship alive or is there something underneath it? Oh yeah, what if it's like just attached to it? What if it's not actually the ship? Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed, says UN Security Council. Okay, why? Crab cannot be eliminated without causing great damage to the Evergiven. In this day and age, the world is unprepared for a loss of cargo such magnitude. Therefore, the Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed. Dude, what the fuck is on that boat? At this time, no containers will be lifted. Oh, yeah. This time, no container... Did we know already? At this time, no containers will be lifted from the ship since low-flying aircraft cause the organism to ambulate unsteadily. In hopes of returning the Evergiven back to the sea, efforts are underway to carefully manipulate the crab's route through Egypt. I think it was the bombs we were talking about. I can't remember. Every time I look over and I just check chat, I see fuck it, and it makes me giggle every time. The fucking crab. Cairo. Dr. Disturbing presents.
Hello. Okay, Elaine, tell me, what do you think about the tower? It's your first visit here, so what do you think about the tower? I thought it was a really good tower. It gave a really good sense of how busy Cairo is, so I really enjoyed it.
That was terrific. It was really great to get kind of a sense of the scale of the city. It's kind of difficult to do that when you're walking around down on the street.
It's a breathtaking view, and it really gives you a terrific perspective of the whole city. And I loved it up there. I spent a couple of hours up on the top.
In 2021, Cairo Tower stampede.
Due to evacuations around the Suez Canal, millions traveled to Cairo in search of housing. In response to this migration, many building capacity limits for popular attractions were inflated. The Cairo Tower, one of the tallest buildings in Egypt, had its own recommended capacity limit increased from 700 persons to 1,000.
Crazy. April 16th, 2021, 3 days prior.
On the evening of April 16th, 2021, upwards of 1,200 visitors toured the Cairo Tower at once. Although concerns of overcrowding had been raised by several staff members, the building manager dismissed their comments. Since the Suez Canal crab would be passing by later in the evening, he also encouraged visitors to enter the upper levels of the tower, as that would provide a better vantage point.
All these people are about to be
The
died.
Suez Canal crab was observed to have turned toward the Cairo Tower and proceeded to approach.
Oh, goodness.
Despite an alert sent out by the Egyptian government for civilians to immediately vacate structures in the crab's path, most visitors ignored the warning.
They said,
staying
wow,
in the
we're
upper
getting a
levels
great
of the
shot of this
Cairo
fucking
Tower
crab.
as it came near.
No, you idiots.
At 8:15 p.m.,
Oh
the
my
Suez
God.
Canal crab was seen
No.
to
They
have
just stood
stumbled,
there with their
and in an
fucking
attempt to
cameras, and
regain
they're
its
like, look at
balance,
this thing.
crashed into one side of the
He
Cairo Tower,
tripped.
killing over 200 people.
Oh, that's not his fault. He's just a
The
clumsy
resulting
guy.
tremors that traversed the building damaged its staircases and elevator systems beyond repair. The cascade of shipping containers from the Evergiven, knocked forward by the momentum of the
that's
initial
cool.
stumble, lasted for over 2 minutes, as an estimated 800 containers broke from their locks, and pushed forward an additional 1,000 containers.
Damn!
As all 1,800 containers tumbled down through the building, the structural integrity of the Cairo Tower rapidly diminished. Falling debris and containers are reported to have killed over 800 visitors. At 8:19 p.m., the Cairo Tower fully collapsed, dragging the immobilized Suez Canal crab into the ground. In total, only 39 of the 1,189 visitors of the Cairo Tower survived. 2 of the 15 staff members escaped to safety, including the building manager. None of the 6 security guards survived.
That's crazy. That'd be wild.
Although
if it is.
paramedics and police officers had arrived shortly before the Cairo Tower's collapse, the visibly unstable tower prompted them to collect survivors
Well, no, it's
on
a
the
good
ground
theory.
and retreat
Absolutely.
to a safe distance.
Always want to throw out random stuff like that.
At 8:41 p.m., a hazardous waste collection team and soldiers of the Egyptian ground forces arrived to contain survivors within mobile quarantine chambers. Due to fears of a potential contagion contracted from the Suez Canal crab, all civilians in the vicinity were placed in quarantine.
He's just a little clumsy guy. Plus, why didn't he get back up? If he just tripped, he could get back up. He's a crab.
The Suez Canal crab and the Ever Given separated. The large wounds caused by the separation discharged thousands of gallons
Yeah,
of
see, they were
seawater and
connected.
bodily fluids.
So
The
it ripped
hazardous
them
waste
apart.
collection team and
Ooh,
soldiers
that's so
attempted
cool.
to plug the gushing lesions. However, survivors report that their efforts were mostly futile due to the team's inability to stay standing.
That's like, I'm
on the
guessing like
slippery
its
ground.
skin being ripped apart from its body.
With the number of accidental falls among the troops on the increasingly wet ground, the Egyptian army diverted its focus from closing wounds on the Suez Canal crab to evacuation efforts. By midnight, the civilian population within a 3-mile radius of the fallen Cairo Tower had been completely evacuated.
April 17th, 2021, 2 days prior.
On the morning of April 17th, Egyptian authorities publicly announced that the Suez Canal crab had fallen in Cairo and laid in a vegetative state. Although the Cairo exclusion zone was primarily intended to prevent any media coverage of the crab and the surrounding destruction, several journalists managed to record footage of the site through the assistance of private helicopter pilots.
Nah,
By
I'm
8
just playing.
a.m., clips of the crab were trending on Twitter. Members of the Anti-Device Association attributed the severity of the disaster to the development of intelligent devices, specifically Twitter machines. They reasoned that due to the popularity of Twitter in America, the Ever Given was overstocked with T machines, which weighed the ship down and consequently caused the initial obstruction of the Suez
Oh,
Canal.
that's what was on them.
On
That's
Twitter,
so dumb.
the ADA released a vicious string of messages criticizing Twitter, Hillary Clinton, and Egypt. Along with images of the Suez Canal crab, photos of scattered goods that had fallen out of the shipping containers became a popular topic of discussion. One image of a sports car resting on top of debris would be retweeted by the ADA with the caption, "The Cairo exclusion zone is a conspiracy to keep goods in Egypt. The American people have been robbed."
So basically, the
tweet
ship just had a
was
bunch of
shared by
fucking
over
Twitter
10 million
machines on
users.
it that they didn't want to
Taking
lose.
notice, the ADA followed up with tweets
That was
suggesting
the
that an Egyptian soldier had driven home the sports car
special
in the image,
cargo.
and that the goods needed to be rescued by their rightful owners. The ADA deemed April 19th as Finders Keepers Day and urged all Americans to travel to Egypt to obtain the goods
Oh, y'all
left
should
by
not
the
do
fallen
that.
Suez Canal crab.
Oh.
Overnight, an estimated 12,000 flights to Cairo were booked by American citizens.
Americans love nothing more than taking shit that isn't theirs. April 18th, 2021, one day
Although a
prior.
few trespassers had been apprehended in the Cairo exclusion zone, officials did not foresee any further disruptions at the site. Medical personnel attended to survivors in the quarantine chambers. Soldiers cleared rubble and attempted to control the spread of the Suez Canal crab's bodily fluids. By 5 a.m. on April 19th, approximately 20 million gallons had been contained through aerial drops of sawdust and an extensive effort to mop the premises. Although several officials discussed a plan to lay down military-grade mats to enable the hazardous material collection team to walk up to the crab for closer analysis, it was ultimately decided that no further action would be taken until the following evening, as it was believed that the midday sun
live down
would
in the
evaporate
south.
most of the fluid.
April 19th, 2021, the Stampede.
At 12 p.m., over 12,000 Americans
Damn.
gathered in front of the gated entrance of the Cairo exclusion zone, 4,000 Egyptian police officers and soldiers stood behind the perimeter to guard the exclusion
So
zone
overall,
from
16,000 people.
At 12:03 p.m., violence erupted when an American shot a police officer in the face. Consequently, tear gas was used on the raging mob. Tanks and heat rays arrived shortly afterwards.
They came ready to shoot. My goodness.
However, by 12:10 p.m., the front entrance gates of the Cairo exclusion zone collapsed from the force of the charging crowd. Informed of the approaching Americans, medical personnel and survivors at the epicenter began to vacate the premises. By 12:43 p.m., the first Americans were seen by officials at the epicenter. Although the wet ground was expected to significantly slow their approach, several citizens had arrived earlier than anticipated since they had utilized car hubcaps to slide quickly across the ground. With no law enforcement at the scene, the American citizens began to collect fallen goods and pry open shipping containers. Popular goods included furniture, firearms, processed food, tea machines, bars of gold, automobiles, and designer clothing. As Americans continued to arrive at the epicenter, more injuries from accidental falls were observed. Concussions and broken arms were the most common injuries during the initial break-in. At 1 p.m., several fights broke out over a Ford pickup truck that had rolled out from a container and crushed a family.
Oh my goodness.
3 aggressors were shot by a man who had found a rifle. The conflict fueled an unpleasant atmosphere, with more instances of gun violence as time went on. One notable incident saw the discovery of a container of firearms by a group of young children. The accidental firing of an automatic weapon by one child prompted the intervention of their parents and other adults. The resulting verbal argument escalated quickly and broke out into a full-scale gunfight with over 14 armed subjects, including the children.
The kids just decide to go to war with their parents.
Discovery of a deluxe barbecue grill, which 13 Americans had simultaneously called dibs on when the item was pulled out of a shipping container.
I know they're about to kill each other for a
13
fucking
Americans
grill.
died from gun-related wounds.
I fucking knew it.
When the last
grill?
wave of the 12,000
Oh my
Americans
gosh, that
had
gets
entered
them
the
so
epicenter,
hard.
Overcrowding ensured that the accidental fall of one individual would trigger a continuous series of additional falls. Without any open space for the midday sunlight to reach the wet ground, the bodily fluid had no time to evaporate, and the number of falls steadily increased. At around 1:30 p.m., one of the posterior legs of the Suez Canal crab twitched and incited panic in a nearby crowd. As Americans attempted to flee, many fell on the slippery ground and were trampled by those rushing behind them. By 1:33 p.m., the screams of the panicked crowd had reached a deafening volume, reportedly being heard over 5 miles away. Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent any American citizen from leaving the exclusion zone, the massive crowds were kept inside the 3-mile radius of the epicenter, held in place by an orderly line of tanks that flanked the entirety of the zone's perimeter.
That's so funny.
The gates stood for over 6 hours as Americans ran from the epicenter. Many soldiers became ill at the sight of injuries caused by the thousands
Probably
of
looks
bodies
like World
being
War
crushed
Z
into
whenever
the
they're all
metal
piled
bars.
up on the fences.
By 7:15 p.m., everyone within a half-mile of the gate had perished from extreme pressure. Heat exhaustion, accidental falls, and gun violence were also major causes of death. The Cairo exclusion zone gates were opened at 8 p.m. Soldiers searched for the remaining survivors. Of the over 12,000 Americans who had arrived, only 944 survived. 77 of the American survivors were found kneeling around the Suez Canal crab and claimed to have been promised from a deity that they would survive if they prayed to the crab.
Of course, a religion's
However,
born out of
none
it.
of them could account for the remains of dead worshippers that littered the ground around them. They would later establish the Church of the Ever Given during their stay at a local hospital.
Of course.
Howard Melrose, an American journalist permitted to visit the Cairo exclusion zone the day after the stampede, said of the site, "It looked like something from a medieval painting. All of their bodies were jammed into each other. Everyone became one."
I know Zoidberg became a mascot. Cairo Exclusion Zone is the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Nice. Man, that just flies by. It's so good.
Statement from Mays. Out of respect for deaf culture, the surgical procedures developed under the Dean administration were made optional for all Americans. However, acute social pressure compelled nearly every citizen with deafness to accept medical treatment. Those who were against the treatment were frequently ostracized from society. Some were even harassed into fleeing the country. What do you think of President James Dean and the Great Siren Disaster? Share your thoughts on Twitter. And then a corn on the cob. Dean Disaster. The story of America's worst TV hijacking. Lay it on me.
During a broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank
I love
Reynolds
the
told
documentary
viewers
style.
to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes in anticipation of the next day. Although no details of this glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean. Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the evening of May 13, 1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes. No one wanted to miss what President Dean had to say.
What you got to say?
James Dean's America is hell. But you still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
Immediately following the broadcast, air raid sirens activated across all 50 states.
Oh, goodness.
The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius. The resulting panic triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed within the hour. Fires broke out in all major cities, and cars left running in the streets produced lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, which flowed into poorly ventilated bomb shelters and suburban homes.
Yeah,
In
thank God
Washington,
none of the
D.C.,
Americans had to
the
use
White
the
House
actual
was
bomb
placed into
shelters during the
lockdown
Cold War.
immediately after the TV
Most of them
hijacking,
probably would have
and
died.
President Dean was rushed to
They
a
were so
maximum
quickly
security
made and so
underground
thrown into
bunker.
place that a
Able
bunch
to
of them
hear
are
the
actually
anguished
very,
screams
very
of
terrible.
civilians in
Might as
the
well just be a
streets above,
coffin.
Dean refused to stay in the shelter. When carbon monoxide alarms went off in the bunker, he urged his staff to exit the White House with him and shut off the vehicles left on the roadways. With a phone call, Dean mobilized the National Guard to assist with the deactivation of the millions of parked vehicles across America. Several more phone calls to high-ranking military officials and world leaders revealed that no nuclear missiles had in fact been launched. President Dean soon realized that the air raid sirens had been hijacked by a domestic organization and immediately ordered all forces of the military to disable every active siren in the nation. When military
feel like that
technicians
was a
arrived
pretty-
at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the siren's sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers.
Damn!
The overcrowding of streets
Gotta
and
give him credit for
civilians and
trying to,
unaccompanied
I
cars
think, stop it.
frequently blocked the path of emergency vehicles and prolonged the process of disarming the sirens. Against his advisors' wishes, President Dean tasked himself with the deactivation of an air siren near the White House.
Yeah, Dean's about that life.
Although he would accomplish the task fairly quickly, Dean sustained permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf. The sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias.
Hey, that
His
makes sense. That
condition
makes
was
sense.
shared among the millions of
I get
other
that.
Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation. 3 hours would pass before all air raid sirens would be fully disabled. The next morning, at the advice of federal authorities, Civilians slowly made their way from the shelters back to their homes, although some continued to stay in
You
the
see those
shelters
fucking
for
doors
fear
on
of
that bunker? What is that gonna
radioactive
do?
fallout. Most accepted the explanation given by military officials over the radio. There is no nuclear holocaust. A domestic terrorist organization hijacked the sirens of America.
Domestic
The streets were littered
terrorism.
with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard
Stop
handed
it.
out blindfolds
You
to the
rowdy
young, sick,
kids.
and elderly as they exited the shelters to prevent the scenes of bloodshed from causing fainting spells and heart attacks. At the Walt Disney Medical Center, physicians examined President Dean and other members of his staff who helped disarm the sirens. All were diagnosed with severe hearing loss. Against his doctor's advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired. Although he initially wanted to appear on live television, a glance
They've
at the
killed
mirror
millions,
discouraged him,
they've
as he
deafened
saw the
millions.
countless
What more
bruises
could they
and
take
tears
from
present
us?
on his skin due to the intensity of the sirens.
Cue My Chemical
In
Romance.
coordination with
Teenagers
technicians from
scared
the
the
Department of
living
Defense,
shit out of me.
President Dean instead organized a large-scale radio broadcast.
Guess that song wouldn't be
utilizing the very
around during this
air raid
time.
sirens they had
Alternate
disabled.
universe, you never know.
Later that night, a bruised Frank Reynolds would announce on ABC Evening News that Dean would speak through the sirens and that captions would be displayed simultaneously on television for viewers who were hard of hearing.
They don't need to say the president, you know who you're here for. He will be with you in just a moment.
It's Jimmy speaking. I'm sorry, very sorry for what's come to pass. I wish I could bring back your friends, your family. I want to fix everything. This is not the announcement I planned for, but as you know, there are people who have it in for us. The Anti-Dean Association. They hijack our systems. They
What is a false flag operation?
hurt people. The Anti-Dean Association is an anti-American association. I want you to keep an eye out for them. They will not be hard to find because they are very proud of their silly ideas. Find them and bring them to your local
What if this is his way? This is kind of like what the people conspiracy theorists say about 9/11. They used 9/11 to go to Iraq, and America did it. It's a false flag operation. What if he did it himself and then blamed it
Over
on the
next
ADA,
week,
so
hundreds
that way
of
the
thousands of
American people
anti-Deaners
would
would
hate
be
it?
apprehended and sent to correctional facilities around the United States. These facilities, meant for the anti-American, were aptly located near or at national monuments in order to symbolize a return to American virtues. Most would stay for merely a few weeks before being released again. Friends and family of rehabilitated anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances. These methods were so effective in calming the terrorist that many
playing with
innocent
that plastic
civilians
piece and it
requested
fell
themselves to
behind
be
me.
sent to these facilities
I
in
don't know
hopes
if it
of
went in my
radically
shirt or
changing their
not.
lives.
I don't want to get up and
However,
find out.
federal authorities would deny any admission to those who were not affiliated with the ADA. During one address, President
gone.
Dean
Lost to
acknowledged the
the
high volume of
elements.
requests from the public.
I'm gonna miss that plastic piece. It was especially squishy. But it had the flex and just snapped right back into place.
Hey, it's Jimmy again.
Hey, Jamie.
A lot of you want to be sent to the same places we're sending those anti-Deaners to. I get it. Those who come out of these places, they'll clean as a whistle. But if we send you to those places too, then those correctional facilities lose their purpose.
If we sent everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? This is Jimmy signing off.
Guys, stop trying to get sent to fucking prison, please.
On the morning of May 22nd, 9 days after the disaster, President Dean received a state-of-the-art hearing implant from Maze Machines, an up-and-coming tech company. Around noon at the Walt Disney Medical Center, the device was surgically inserted into Dean. The sound quality of the implant and the speedy nature of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public.
That's a great social service,
Dean
if
requested
needed.
an emergency session of Congress and proposed the ambitious project.
I can't hear a damn thing.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear me? I can't hear a damn thing. Neither can you, or you, or you, or you. It doesn't matter whether you were near the sirens or not. None of you are listening. We need to bring together those technology companies to build and send hearing devices that the public needs. Hearing devices that you yourself need. And through a collaboration with the Department of Health, we can give back to the people what our failures took away. We can let a mother
I'm gonna forget about that
hear her
plastic
child
piece, and then
laugh.
it's gonna like touch my skin somewhere, and I'm gonna freak out.
Hear his dog again. We can give everyone their hearing again.
I'm sure those hearing aids are not going to absolutely blow up in people's heads.
Public. You're all about deadlines too.
Been watching the Suicide Squad
So
anime.
here's one.
It's just stuck in my head. Sorry.
On July 4th, I want every American to hear the fireworks.
Due to a malfunction in his auditory implants, Dean was unable to hear himself and as a result spoke much louder on the Senate floor than on previous occasions. The volume of his speech, which greatly amplified his compassion for the American people, profoundly affected the senators, and in the early hours of May 23, 1969, after 10 hours of discussion, the Department of Technology was approved. It was the fastest an executive department had ever been established. By May 27th, all persons with hearing loss attributed to the anti-Dean disaster would be eligible for the surgical implantation of a hearing device free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S., able to house over 1,000 patients at once. The use of surgical androids was approved on June 6th, which
That was
increased the
creepy
number
as
of
fuck,
surgeries
dude.
performed
That came
per
walking
day
around a
over
corner at me, I'm
250%.
shitting myself immediately.
Once all victims had been treated, those with deafness unrelated to the disaster also became eligible for the surgery.
Helen Keller? Oh my gosh,
On
Helen!
July 4th, it was announced that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country.
Just nonchalantly
The United
popped
States
those
was
up,
the first
popped the
nation
name
in
up
the
for like
world
a
to
second.
eradicate deafness. The achievement had been expected for some time since its first mention during Dean's congressional address.
My girl got a shout out. She
In
got some
preparation,
ears at least.
many health
She said,
organizations,
"Deaf and
both
blind, not
domestic
me,
and
just blind,
international,
bitch."
had prepared to host banquets for Dean and grant awards to him and his staff. However, President Dean spent the entirety of Independence Day racing cars with close friend Richard Nixon at a local speedway.
I love that him and Nixon remained
Though
friends.
many would cite the recovery from the anti-Dean
Nixon really did like
disaster
riding
as
with him.
James Dean's finest hour, the president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
Or what if it's like mind control? There are no extraterrestrials. Visit our Twitter account for more fun facts. We are at episode 19, and there are 39 episodes. So we have 20 more. We're doing good. We're making good time. The Starry Sphinx and Related Phenomena. Video number 1. TFMD on Mars. Okay. Is that the Sphinx on Mars? It looks like the Sphinx on Mars.
I love the shit that people can come up with. That's so interesting. Who the fuck thought to put the Sphinx on Mars? Except excerpts from an interview recovered from an arson scene. Leonard Moreland, former senior advisor.
Egypt was entirely for excavation. They had every right to be upset when we went ahead.
Yeah, he was just walking along, chilling.
Their system worked for thousands of years and
He said, my man just walking across Mars.
The president and our military did not care. We viewed their solution as a problem and desperately needed a better solution. American solution, which in this case was excavation.
TFMD leaves Mars. The fucker's flying in space. The Sphinx is flying in space. In space. I can't even speak. That motherfucker said, I'm out of here. Just nonchalant. What? True forces of mass destruction.
TFMDs have been known by UN Security Council as the single most dangerous threat to humanity. Of course, this was before climate change and mankind was classified as TFMDs over the Bush administration. At the time, it meant that the pyramids required immediate action.
TFMD enters Earth's atmosphere. My voice said, yes, I will come. Wee.
The ancient pharaohs personally appointed workers called guardians, with some years of their lives striking the trees. They were equipped with the finest music glass blades, which would be substances to inhibit muscle disease and induce insomnia, so they would be able to hit the trees for several nights in a row. The goal was not to cut down any of the trees, of course. That wasn't possible until 1945. Rather, the intention was to shift the tree's focus from upward growth to internal repairs. The ancient Egyptians knew that they could not permanently halt the tree's germination, but by prolonging their growth, the Egyptians bought themselves time to build enormous towers that would better contain trees.
Yeah, that's smart. Better than nothing. So those trees are the Christmas tree and the special tree in the Washington Monument. They had one in Egypt, but they didn't want it to grow, so they would beat it with these special axes so it would focus its repair on itself instead of growing. So they were able to better build containers to go around the trees. I'm guessing that's probably how the Sphinx is going to come into play, is it's going to be a container for one of the trees.
Within the first week of excavation, we found the pyramids extended much deeper into the sand than we had previously
Yeah, for
found.
real.
The more we dug, the more bricks we had found had already been laid. At the time, we were convinced that
Thank you.
the pyramids had to be single structures. It would only be a matter of time before we would reach the bottom. By the third week, we realized that we had been wrong the whole time. The pyramids extended down excellently. You can imagine our reluctance to tell the public that the pyramids were not pyramids at all. They were towers, instrument towers, all three of them. Towers which contain enormous pieces of metaphysical flora. Who knew that the pyramids were merely the tips of buildings?
TFMD's False Children Land. Come again for Big Papa? Oh my goodness. False children organized into the Starry Sphinx. The Sphinx just went Super Saiyan. Starry Sphinx distracts observers as mothership flees, video affected by radiation.
Mothership said, I was just dropping the Sphinx off. I'm heading back. I'm saying, and that building is babysitting a tree. From Mars. Great Pyramids rise. Arise, my child. I said arise. The other pyramids awaken, video affected by radiation. You know, if I start filming and the film is being affected by radiation, I don't think I'm going to stay where I'm at. It looked like Washington Monument. Yeah, for real. Diagram number 1, present situation. Sphinx, pyramids. Pyramids are bubbles, Sphinx are Sphinx. Okay. A lot of pyramids, single Sphinx. Produced by Anti-Device Association. Nice. Peanut head SCP. How's it going? Statement from Maze, Happy Independence Day. Weather permitting, we will carry a feed of the Starry Sphinx in Giza on July 4th. Stay tuned. Maze News Network. Oh, fuck yeah. It's like a drone show, but it... Starry Sphinx. Oh my. Yeah, this is... Sorry, Phoenix is getting down. Oh my goodness, that's cool. Connection lost. Return to this channel at a later time. Wow, that was insane. Dr. Disturby, back at it again. Project Giza Guardian.
Throughout the 19th century,
there it is again.
In Egypt encountered stories time and again of
Off
mysterious lightning
full
strikes
mast
near
in
the
no
Great
time.
Pyramids of Giza. It was reported that the lightning would strike only in the presence of certain rare constellations. However, no one outside of the Bedouin tribes knew of which constellations. The secrecy protected the value of Giza glass, a mineral created by the strange lightning striking the desert sand.
Ooh, cool.
The glass
That's what the
also
axes
served
were
as
made
a
of.
form of black market currency for several tribes. For decades, the Bedouins' knowledge eluded British archaeologists. For as long as the constellations remained unknown, the Giza glass that formed was retrieved by the Bedouins long before anyone else arrived. However, in the late 1870s, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie discovered the constellation which preceded the electrical phenomenon. In 1880, he arranged an expedition to collect samples of Giza glass for the British Museum.
You know, we wanted him to come
Petrie
back for another
accurately
episode,
predicted
and they
the
respected
appearance
our
of
wishes.
Giza glass, and
I
with the
love
help
that.
of British troops, secured the location of the glass for themselves. The glass, which formed in long, multi-layered sheets, was fractured in order to be more easily transported. While collecting fragments, Petrie slipped and landed on an upright plane of Giza glass. The force of the fall, combined with the sharpness of the material, decapitated Petrie immediately.
Oh my goodness.
While British troops
What a
at the
way to
scene
go.
quickly assumed Petrie had been killed, a closer inspection revealed that he was still alive.
What?
Although his head was separated from his body, Petrie remained conscious and could even mouth rudimentary words. Medical personnel were initially relieved Petrie had
They're about
somehow
to Frankenstein this
survived, but
motherfucker
they
back together.
became concerned when his head began to discolor and swell significantly. But the fate of Flinders Petrie is a tale for another day.
What? Did you just
Petrie's
edge us
lot,
about a
as
man
his
who got
collection of Giza
decapitated
glass
and was
came
still
to be known,
alive?
arrived in England in 1891. Unfortunately, due to the poor handling of its containers during transit, the glass arrived broken into thin shards and was deemed worthless.
They really just
by
continuing
museum
like you didn't
curators.
just drop that on us.
Yet, as a token of international diplomacy, the British Museum divided Petrie's lot among visiting American ambassadors. Vaguely aware of Giza glass's odd properties, President John D. Rockefeller ordered the immediate confiscation of the material from the American ambassadors. Although many in his administration were eager to see the glass be used in warfare, President Rockefeller refused to authorize military use and instead discussed other possible applications with the head of the Department of the Interior. After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen. These unusually tall swordsmen were assigned to the Grand Canyon and guarded restricted areas from trespassers.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Protected under federal law, the Grand Canyon Guardians continued to serve for decades until the last member was discontinued. All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects. However, since the medication's efficacy decreased over time, older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the outside world, but only under the condition that they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
You know, that's a good deal. Everybody wins. U.S. government claims the Project Giza Guardian was shut down in 1969. Nice. However, sightings of swordsmen in the Grand Canyon continue to this day. Imagine going for a walk in the Grand Canyon and coming across a tall mother trucker with a sword that freaking glass. Following audio is an excerpt from an interview with Louisa Crawford, wife of the esteemed American sculptor Thomas Crawford. Thomas Crawford is best known for designing the Statue of Freedom atop the U.S. Capitol. No shout out Virginia? Thomas hated America. He went to Rome when he was 21 and stayed there for the rest of his life. He was amused that the slave-holding Americans wanted him to make a statue named Freedom. That is ironic. At first, Thomas did not want to help them, but then he realized that the statue could be a symbol for others. He gave the statue a liberty cap, something that freed Roman slaves wore. He thought that if a 20-foot statue of a liberated woman stood on the Capitol dome, perhaps some men would be less ignorant. He was 100% wrong. You can imagine how disappointed he was when Mr. Davis in Washington then told him to take the cap off of Freedom.
But Thomas saw his project through to the end. He even went to Egypt to find the material for her sword. It's a fucking glass sword! What? That's so fucking cool! One time while he was sharpening the glass at the workshop, he accidentally cut off the tip of his finger. That's why she was able to cut through everything so easily, although I was worried when he told me he couldn't stop laughing. He told me that the glass was so sharp that the tip of his finger slipped off without pain or blood, yet he could still feel it. When Thomas concentrated, he could even make his fingertip twitch on the table. Oh my gosh. He found it funny, I didn't. I remember he came home one night without a hand. He said he could still move it at the workshop. He was so young when he left. Only 43 years old. I wish we spent more time together. We loved each other very much. You can imagine my surprise when I looked into the plaster model's mouth. Thank goodness that Inspector Zaffino was wrong. He made me think there was a serial killer in town, but nobody murdered him. Thomas cut his own body up and put himself inside of Freedom. I saw him inside, all of him. I knew what must have happened, but seeing his eyes and her face was too much for me. She looked so awake. Zaffino told the Americans that Thomas passed away. Yeah, he did. I think he has found out the truth since then. The Gibraltar police thought I would be devastated to hear they found Nina's skin in the cave. Yeah, that was hers. But I was relieved. I know she's still alive. Thomas must have pulled her into the statue with him. Inside Freedom, Thomas and Nina are protecting America. Following the broadcast of the controversial Delaware Double report, the Delaware River Journal was shut down by federal authorities. That's wild. However, a secondary organization, the New Delaware Journal, continued operations. The New Delaware Journal, Washington, D.C.
Freedom has a new home. Following the ADA storming of the Capitol on January 6th,
January 6th.
Expressed interest
That's
in
so funny.
the Statue of Freedom. The statue, which fell during the riot and caused over 150 casualties, was seen by reactionary politicians as a result of poor craftsmanship and blamed her original installer, Sculpt Reed.
It's so sad they have to teach that in school now.
An experienced architect and enslaved man at the time of Freedom's assembly, this has become the latest in a series of historical figures demonized by the ADA. Due to growing reluctance to reinstall the Statue of Freedom, the Department of the Interior has instead transferred Freedom to an undisclosed location in the Grand Canyon and rejected all other offers to purchase her. When asked why the statue had been sent to the Grand Canyon, President Dean replied, "The rocks won't shoot her down."
The rocks will not. Shortly after the broadcast of Freedom's new home, New Delaware journalist Howard Melrose leaked classified file to the public. Howard, you've been showing up frequently, brother. You're playing a dangerous game. Howard Melrose now lives in exile in Egypt. Yeah, brother. Attract and extinguish ADA members and other curious persons. Project Maze assets. They were kidnapping him and dropping him off in the Grand Canyon. Taylor P. Manning, Franklin B. Carr, Bonnie Newman, Harry F. Caldwell, Jimmy and Donna Garner. Damn, Liberty killing everyone. Roy Nunez, Geoff Foster, Sue Bridget, Kay Jennings. Oh my gosh, Diane Macy. Oh, I know what they're about to say. Randall Jefferson. Where's she at? Maya. Nope. Oh my god, her head's off. Maya! Fuck yes! I knew it. Maya Arnoldson. The following audio clip, known as The Last Words of Maya Arnoldson, was recovered by park rangers in the Grand Canyon. I love a fluid story. It's an easy story. This is a good story to follow. I'm having a good time.
Remove lens cap. Maya walks on an unmarked trail.
No. No, not now. I'm leaving now.
Ooh.
Ooh.
This is a shit and die moment. You hear how clean that was? I bet she got straight decapitated. Her body just crumbled. That was insane. The audio was well crafted for that scene. I liked the sword sound. In 2004, park rangers discovered Maya Arnold's headless body. Yup. As of 2021, her head remains missing. Bruh. Oh, that was so cool. Great episode. Great episode. Absolutely phenomenal episode. Statement from Maze. We hope you're happy wherever you are. So it looks like we're back to I can never remember Maya's brother's name, but the girl. This looks like her again. The shocking surprise visit. Are you ready? They followed me all the way home. Oh, the squirrel! Mr. Squirrel! He's back. And he is beautiful. I'm so lucky, so lucky. I'm so happy. You're so lucky. He just gave us this stink eye. Horny. But forget about that. Since you're gone, you'll never see this video, but I had a dream that you were still here and you were about to leave the house. And right before you left, you said, I'm going home now. I know your health problems made your body a prison and now you're free. But we miss you so much, I wish I hugged you more often. I love you, Dad. I hope you're happy wherever you are. Oh, her dad left now. What was his name? Nathan? I don't know. I can't stop thinking about the day you left. It hurts so much to remember. The worst memories live at home with us. Oh my God. My toes are curling. One. Oh. You're fucked. You're about to go see your aunt and your dad. I can't believe it's been 3 days already. Nathaniel Arnoldson, July 1961, May 2021. Eric Hizanzis, 1961 to 2021. Yeah, it was Nathaniel. Bummer. Statement from Maze. What do you think happened to President Rockefeller? Share your theories on Twitter. Oh no. Yeah, they sure did. My dad unexpectedly passed away 3 months ago. I will try my best to continue his work. So now she's going to start looking for Maya, I'm guessing. Dr. Distance, yes! Return of the Man. Everybody get relaxed. This is going to be joyous. The Rockefeller Tapes Part 7.
I remember seeing the first German airship in its hangar.
This is not
I was
Dr.
astounded
Disturbed.
by its immensity until I saw my own name printed on its side. At that moment, an entirely new feeling unveiled within me. It was an emotion which frequented me in childhood. A blend of revulsion and satisfaction.
This is
that
Rockefeller, I'm
followed the
betting. Right?
execution
Yeah, this is of course
a cruel
Rockefeller.
jest on a friend or a stranger. A pin in one's foot. A tumble down a stairwell. What would
This man is
others
rambling.
think? I thought to myself, at the sight of a foreign airship bearing the name of the American president, dropping explosives upon cities of unarmed civilians. I wish to say that revulsion was my
I would say
sole
every
reaction to
president
this
in American
invention.
history since the creation
Yet,
of bombs has done
cannot
that.
deny that I was proud of this magnificent vehicle. It was perhaps the greatest war machine ever developed by mankind, made possible by yours truly.
Great job. Way to toot your own horn there.
Shame outweighed pride, and I requested the immediate removal of my name from the airship and all its future successors. Although the Germans complied, they continued to refer to their airships as Rockefellers. I knew that removing my name would not obscure the facts for very long. It was inevitable that the American public would one day become aware of my secret dealings in Germany.
Damn, Rockefeller, that's fucked up, bro. Luftstift, Rockefeller 70. Nose, body, tail. I better be seeing a Hindenburg situation happening soon. Elevator, rudder. Surveillance car. Envelope. Gunner gondolas. That's badass. You can shoot from it. Control car. Crab number 2. Spindle. Interior. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my god, the whole damn thing's a fucking a monster. Holy shit. You fucking called it right there. Crab 2.0.
It had always been my intention to reinvigorate the American
I have to tinkle.
economy.
I'm listening though, but I'm gonna go tinkle.
Once I had been debriefed of the situation in the Grand Canyon, the overpopulation of crowns, I realized that I was also hearing the beginnings of a solution to the impending economic collapse. That solution being slavery. I can imagine your reluctance to read on, and I entirely understand. Rest assured, I believe that all citizens should be unconditionally promised the very freedoms that our country established at its founding: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, crowns are not men or women, nor are they animals. They are merely the decayed shells of ignoble criminals. They do not
Just kicked my dog in the
qualify
face. I didn't
for the
realize she
same
was right there.
freedoms exercised by ordinary civilians. Once they were conditioned and bound together, the crowns became the perfect workforce. They did not rebel, for they could not speak. They could not leave, for they were chained. And best of all, the crowns were incapable of forming unions.
No matter what universe we're in, they'll always fucking hate unions. Only hate one union. The police union.
Pedestal. Starter assembly. Starting switch. Plug-in cable to ballast box. Lamp. Love a good lamp. Lamp holder. Turntable and arms. Elevation clamp. Positioning handle. Lamp adjuster assembly. Lens. Looks like a crab.
Germany was the first nation to inquire about the crowns and their potential applications in warfare. I never mentioned the vast quantities of geyser glass we owned, since I knew that it could provide them with many more crowns at low cost. Instead, after signing several agreements and receiving a tremendous German sum, I provided them with over 100
He said,
crowns,
boy, I got paid.
along with my best advisors and the brightest engineers. Our time with the Germans gave rise to the greatest military vehicles in history, the Rockefellers. Germany's growing demand for men and crowns to construct more Rockefellers revitalized the American economy. Very few nations offered to hire as many of our men and women, and none would have paid as graciously as Germans did. It was, by all accounts, the greatest and most sustainable partnership of recent times. I could not have foreseen the destruction those airships would eventually inflict to the very
Fuck
nation
off.
that provided them.
Ain't no way.
I thought that their creation would unite Germany and America. I could not have predicted that by 1918, Rockefeller bombing raids would have killed thousands of American and European soldiers. My terms were over before I could take action against the Germans. It was the administration after my own which was tasked with the seemingly impossible mission of destroying the Rockefellers while preserving the reputation of the former president. Although they knew of my dealings in Germany and had every opportunity to expose me, they chose not to, for in their eyes, no good could come of it. However, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would become the laughingstock of my country.
Rockefeller, you're a
As the
bitch.
war drew to a close, I often found myself in a daze, envisioning my assassination on the streets of New York, or, more likely, on the steps of my very own center. However, it would be years before my visions would acquire any plausibility. President Hughes did a fine job of eliminating every Rockefeller while concealing my involvement.
Yeah, the spacing was a little weird. I think it was because he had such long words in the sentence after. Operation Pyramid Plasma, not to scale. It's all coming together. Anti-airship death ray, men, the Great Pyramid. Luftschiff Rockefeller 70.
It is a miracle that only now the news of my involvement in the Great War has become widely known. Thankfully, Information on the
Yeah, for real.
grounds has continued to stay hidden from the public spotlight. I would much rather have the public believe that Germans were the only persons inside when the airships were shot down and crashed in flames. With the tragedy at the center, and now the airship scandal, known by many as the Rockefeller Revelation, I believe that my failures have finally caught up to me. There are men outside the center who had once been my supporters. Now, they want me executed.
Deservingly so,
The
Rockefeller.
policemen have kept the crowds at bay, though I believe that my assassination is, like the revelation, inevitable. To be elected the president of a country is the greatest honor a people can bestow. But at the moment, I do wish to be the famous oil tycoon that young Virginia Arnoldson believed I was.
Oh yeah, I had said the
Forgive
wrong
me.
name earlier. I forgot to mention that when we were talking about Nina. I had said Virginia. Effects of operation. Stage 1, disintegration. The men divide into microscopic parts. The semi-conscious and unstable remains of the men traverse the desert in an attempt to better understand their condition. Ambulation. Stage 3, amalgamation. The men fuse together into a more stable being. Stage 4, migration. As one, the men return to their homeland. Stage 5, retaliation. The men execute a counterattack. On May 23, 1937, President Rockefeller entered a bunker underneath 30 Rockefeller Plaza. He was never seen again. He took the Hitler approach. Investigators found that the door of the bunker had been melted open with possibly the most powerful heat ray ever built. Oh my goodness. To this day, the Rockefeller Foundation considers the president's disappearance as an abduction. Only 2 photos of the potential suspect were ever released. You see them. Yeah, the tree definitely. Or that. Whatever the fuck that is. I don't know. Oh shit, yeah, right there. Go enough, brother, that's so cool. Rockefeller Revelation. That was awesome. That was a good one. statement from Mays. Everett Arnoldson, commonly referred to as the 20th Washington absentee, is a humanoid creature that is purported to inhabit the forests of Washington zone. Have you ever seen Everett? Share your sighting. So that's the 20th Washington, the one they had. Okay, Everett Arnoldson. Arnoldson. As in Maya Arnoldson and Nathaniel Arnoldson? After an unsuccessful lobotomy, Virginia Fate Arnoldson provided a more complete account of the Rockefeller tree tragedy. This is her account. Aw, they gave her a fucking lobotomy, bro. That's so sad. That poor girl.
When I was little, something went wrong with me.
That's fucked up. They gave her a lobotomy, man.
Everything switched.
That is so fucked.
Even my parents. My new ones did not like me, so they left me. My foster parents did not like me either. So, I was left at an orphanage. Some of my friends were better off, but many were left at the orphanage too. We loved each other. We stuck together until we were 18. Then we were separated. The military took the boys, and the doctors took the girls. They probably do not remember the tree anymore. Soon, I will not remember either. But I hope you will remember. Remember for me. When the tree changed me, I was not scared. At first, I did not know what was wrong with me. When my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees. I was reminded of a story my ma told me. Alice in Wonderland. This was my Wonderland. I held myself close and looked up. The trees looked like they ended, but above them there were upside-down trees, and above those there were upright trees, like they were being reflected forever. The pattern repeated for as far as I could see. I looked down, and I thought I was on solid ground. But when I looked more closely, I was sitting on a thin, floating layer of dust. It smelled like baby powder. And through the dust, I could see the start of another tree. And below that one, there was another, and another, an infinity of trees. While I played with the dust, I heard distant footsteps. They grew louder and louder. Then there were bright flashes of light all around me. Out from these lights, hundreds of people ran out. One man came up to me and whispered, "The trees are not the trees." He had such sad, tired eyes. As he picked me up and put me on his shoulders, he said, "You could be her. Anyone could be her. I promise I will not leave you." There was a bright flash, and we were in another field. He was sitting in front of me with his hands out. Another flash, and we were both running past through the woods. Another flash, and we were both
Yeah, the trees are like transporting them all over the place every time they get near one.
Every few seconds there was a flash, and we would be doing something else. Again, and again, and again. Over, and over, and over. It would not stop. It felt like forever. Years of flashes. I was so angry at first. But soon, I had those sad, tired eyes of his too. We were so sad and tired. Every now and then we would flash to another layer of dust. Above or below, who knows? But we would always see the climbers. I think there were people who tried to climb the trees while they were flashed around. They were stretched and burnt.
Damn!
Maybe the dust was the people that fell. The man was always with me. He kept me safe the whole time.
It must have been years. It felt like 500 years. I named him Everett. He was always there. He never left me. Everett was my best friend. Then on one random day, no time, one random time, all the trees went, and a flash brought me back to New York. All my friends were around me, but this was another New York. I did something wrong, and I lost Everett. I ruined everything. I should have stayed home that night. Why did I not stay home? I lost everything. For me and my friends, I ruined their lives. I will not tell you about the orphanage. It was a hard time. I will keep memories of the orphanage to myself. They do not matter to you. When I was 18, I left the orphanage. I looked for my new parents. They were not together anymore. My new pa died from a broken heart, and my new ma lived all by herself. She did not let anyone into her house anymore. All because of me. I wanted my old parents back. I went to the Rockefeller Center for an answer. The tree stood at the top of the plaza, above everyone else. I was never supposed to visit again, but I did, and I spoke to her. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But soon, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own. She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited. 1,095 days. I returned 3 years later.
It does seem to be implying that.
I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move.
Could just be the specific tree, but I don't know.
She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own. She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited. 1,095 days. I returned 3 years later. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But eventually, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready.
What is happening? Am I going crazy? Okay.
She understood that
it is
I
a loop.
To go back home to my
Bro, I thought I was going fucking crazy.
She said, come back in 3 years.
Thank you. My goodness. Thank you, YDW. Thank you.
I waited.
Oh my gosh.
1,095 days. While I waited, I met a man.
I thought I was fucking sweet.
He was a very important man. A secret agent.
Secret agent, man.
One day, I found him waiting inside my house. He told me that he was here to monitor me. No. To watch and protect me. But he had fallen in love with me. No one else liked me. So, we took each other. We grew close. Leonard loved me. I loved him too.
A straight white man.
Together, we had a baby boy. I named him Everett. Little Everett
my pen inked my mouth.
died for 9 months, when
Everett!
I saw the tree again.
Named him after her best friend.
She put directions in my head. I followed those directions. I walked for 4 days. I had to. I wanted to go home.
She gonna give up her baby?
So badly.
Everett Arnoldson, the 20th Washington absentee. Everett Arnoldson, the 20th Washington absentee, is the fucking baby.
The Washington Monument looked much bigger in person.
I don't like where this is going.
High, like it was for something much bigger. Then I went inside. There were bodies everywhere. The breeze told me to relax. I went on the elevator. It went up.
Oh goodness, here it comes.
All the way up. It stopped at the top.
She's about to fall through.
Blared. It was so loud I could not move. The floor opened and I fell all the way down. I felt myself hit the ground. Then I kept drifting down, past the ground, past rock, sand, and magma, through the layers of earth. It must have been years. It felt like 500 years.
Ah, dude.
When I reached the other side, and
every time this girl goes into some different dimension, she's there for 500 years.
Past the magma, sand, and rock, past the ground, back into a body. Another body. Almost the same body. And flattened, like a little red pancake. But I felt so empty. My belly had sunk. Little Everett was not with me anymore.
Wanted to go back home.
Laid around me, broken like me, almost alive and completely still. But little Everett was nowhere. While everyone else exchanged for their own lives themselves, I must have exchanged little Everett for mine. I cried. I cried for years. And we all bled into the ground for years. Why did the tree keep us alive?
Damn. Perpetual torture.
Pain? Did they drink our blood? Was there any reason for any of it? I lost little Everett. He had no say. He did not even say his first word. I ruined his life from the start. Maybe he lives in Wonderland. I hope he lives in Wonderland. One day, one random day, the music grew, and there was the brightest flash. We found ourselves outside, at the base of the tower. The tree had been freed, and we were in a field of trees. Wonderland had risen, but little Everett was still missing. We were all lifted out in helicopters. I was at the hospital faster than ever before. They told me it was 2003. They told me everything I knew was wrong. They told me everyone I knew was dead.
Yeah.
And now they plan to fix me. I'm sorry, Pa. I'm sorry, Ma. I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry, Leonard. I'm sorry, Everett. Please remember me. Please, please remember me.
After a second lobotomy, Virginia never spoke again. That's fucked, bro. She seemed so coherent after the first lobotomy. Like, why would you give her a second one? Late in her life, she produced a series of paintings titled The Right Life. Yeah, rip Virginia. Let's take a look at these paintings. Show me what you got, girl. Aw, she just wanted to live her life. That's so sad. Aw, Leonard and I. Everett and I. Virginia passed away in 1980 at the age of 59. Her son Everett is believed to be the 20th Washington absentee. It's crazy no one believed her till after her death. It's sad. Statement from Mays. Both the Anti-Device Association and the Splinter Group, Advocates for the Division of America, are criminal organizations. If you encounter members of either group, please report them to your local authorities. The 2003 World Egg Transmission was produced digitally by the ADA and converted to an analog signal for broadcasting. UZA maps are updated yearly to reflect the expanding nature of the 3 zones. Keep up with the latest developments on Twitter. Damn, Virginia, what a fucking way to go, man. That's so sad. Simulation of strike property of Mays. August 2003. After making various stops across the United States, Air Force One flew into the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. This is on the unmanned flight from earlier. After an extensive evaluation, the United States Air Force took action. Legally known as the United Zones of America. Alcatraz Zone, where the infinite expanding Alcatraz is, Rushmore Zone, and Washington Zone. The 3 zone capitals. Hawass, Ahasapa, Nakocha, Extribus Unum. You know, I give it a shot. That's all that matters. Out of 3, 1. Oh, that was scary. Al Gore's America is a shell? For the true ruler beneath our feet? It is time for the underground god to leave. He does not belong here. But the world egg cannot hatch without force. We must fracture the zones ourselves. We must split the earth open. Once it leaves, there will be peace. And a state for each and every person. No more zones. Where the cracks will be the true borders. 1,000 states of America are 1,000 states of peace. We are no longer the Anti-Device Association. We are the Advocates for the Division of America. How will we divide the land? With our fallen angel, of course. Who would have thought that he would land on the tomb of the unknown soldier. We found him before anyone else, burnt and broken from the blast. After we fix him, he will be a walking atom bomb. Welcome, Info! Yeah, we've been at it for a few hours, my friend, but we've still got a little ways to go. At least another couple of hours, though. Same way he evicted the traitor, President Rockefeller, from reality. Advocates for the division of America. Nice. Yeah, I've never seen the series, so I'm excited to watch. I'm excited watching it. We're having a good time. Unification of 1980 was short-lived as state borders were restored by the end of the decade. However, due to the extent of the unification of 2003, state borders are not expected to be restored within the century. Damn. Making that decision in 2003 and saying that for a century is wild. The ADA refuses to recognize the three zones and their capital. The fallen angel on the tomb of the unknown soldier, photographed by the ADA property of Maze. It's pretty cool. Nice. How's a good one? Statement from Mays. Archaic spellings and other minor deviations in the French transcriptions can be attributed to American publicists, often liberty liars, at the turn of the 20th century. These deviations have been preserved to maintain the transcription's historical integrity. Press the button. While American publicists correctly capitalize etats unis, United States, in their transcriptions of Liberty Lurker interviews, French writers often left the country in lowercase to subtly hint at their own anti-American sentiments. Thought designation derived from Greek word for underworld or sailor. Ask a question for the real on Twitter. Oh, those were words. That's a cool frame. Liberty Lurker, or you could say the angel guarding the Garden of Eden. Statue of Progress is colossal neoclassical sculpture at the entryway of the Suez Canal in Port Said, Egypt. Progress was designed by Frederick Augustus Bartholdi, who later designed the Statue of Liberty. Good information. Following audio is an excerpt from an interview with the developer of the Suez Canal. Lay it on me, brother. Many cannot name the region where my accent is derived from. I blame my many years in diplomatic service for this. While my accent has suffered at its hands, my understanding of human nature has not. Diplomacy, night psychology, is the true study of the mind. Today, I know that there is only one genuine source of happiness. It is the source for every category of happiness. Efficiency. All happiness flows from efficiency. It is the ease of success, not the success itself, which best determines the quality of satisfaction. It was my desire for efficiency which drove me to establish the Suez Canal Company. Like the Colossus of antiquity, I wish to unite the trade of the East with the West. I wish to pull them together in the fraction of the time that it had taken for them to engage in the past. There is a dream I would like to share with you all, perhaps a premonition. A traveler in the distant future stands at the entrance of the Suez Canal and watches the ships drift past with rapture. The traveler realizes that they have achieved true happiness, greater than that of any human being who had stood there before. For at their feet, at their place in time, the canal will have spared our civilization a total of 1,000,000 years in sailing time. Of course, we will not be there to share their realization, and the traveler will only know us as characters in the myths of their time. But believe me, it will happen. Ships will be in service for hundreds of years longer, and sailors will spend less time reaching their destinations and more time in their destinations. The Suez Canal is efficient, and happiness will flow from it endlessly. Thank you. Until now, what you have heard was from a speech I wrote for the grand opening of the canal. However, I did not read this speech. I could not bring myself to lie to everyone. I did not choose to build the canal. The man beneath America ordered me to. Any night, he can sink into my dreams. Damn, son. From the Book of Ferdinand 29:3, The Sinking Man and the Forbidden Fruit, animation by the advocates for the division of America. The man under America. This is trippy. Yeah, that was trippy as fuck. Tall. It would seem so. For years, it was believed that all surviving audio recordings of the infamous 1889 Liberty Lurker interview with Frederick Augusta Bartholdi were faked, produced by American publicists. These publicists were known as Liberty Liars and would sell their false artifacts to American socialites. However, the authenticity of one audio recording continues to be disputed. It is simply known as the authentic Liberty Lurker. To the Providence, I confess, it is a heavy burden that I cannot share with the world, but I cannot keep carrying it on my shoulders all alone. The most difficult part, the most painful, the one that made my sleep go away and my hair go gray, was the construction of the pedestal. Although the statue was intended to be a gift, the U.S. ambassador regularly encouraged us to follow President Grant's request. We made a deal, and each month we received varying design and size requirements for the pedestal.
After 4 years, requests to change the size of the structure ceased. People often ask why the pedestal is so disproportionate to the statue. All I can tell them is, ask the Americans. But I know why the pedestal is so massive, so tall. I simply cannot bring myself to tell them the truth. I am not strong enough. The truth being that I designed an abattoir. Just for him. Grant told me that he used to be normal like us. They called him the Horned Serpent or Hanadaganiers, the Devourer of Villages. That's wild. It was the name given to George Washington. It was no coincidence. Their damn founding father locked up in my foundation. Guess we know where George went. George went crazy, started eating and killing people, lock them up. In 1985, following the release of the Liberty Lurker, surveyed the environment beneath the Statue of Liberty's pedestal. They recorded the following video inside the Horned Serpent metastructure, colloquially known as Wonderland. Designation derived from the Greek word for underworld or the following clip may disturb viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. Prolonged exposure to music from the Horned Serpent metastructure may damage your brain. My goodness. Why would you play it then? Why would you even show us? Just say we can't listen to it, because our brains will explode. Oh, that's what it looks like. Oh, that's so cool. My girl lived in this type of place for 500 years. Virginia's a real one. My goodness. People tried to climb those trees. That's wild. That was cool. Did you know that the Horned Serpent is a true force of mass destruction? President George Washington was born on February 22nd, 1732. Toodaloo, type your last words on Twitter. Tree of Liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. President Thomas Jefferson. Part 1. The final upload of Dr. Disturbing. Oh, bummer. Gone but not forgotten, Dr. Disturbing. We will love your final words. Dr. Disturbing presents Dad's favorite things. Part 17. Painting. I love paintings.
I wish I could draw. I was telling my wife the other day that I wanted to learn how to draw. The Apotheosis of Washington by Constantino Brumi. That's a pretty cool painting. Nice. Always good to have fun. Road to Happiness by James Dean. Looks like a lot of those trees there, James Dean. Together by Virginia. I love you, Virginia. You were just a child. I hope I see you soon, Dad. Breaks my heart. I love my daughter. Couldn't imagine. 3 days after the final upload, the remains of Lauren and Quinn Arnoldson were discovered in the Grand Canyon. Yep, they got both of them. Siblings were last seen riding on 2 astonishingly large balloons. According to park officials, the balloons encountered an unexpected crosswind which caused both siblings to fall to their deaths. Part 2, the last broadcast of the New Delaware Journal. Damn, they killed them both. That's wild. Hello. By the time you see this, I will be dead. I would like you to know that the Anti-Device Association held me captive for years. They forced me to read their scripts to hand them legitimacy. You have heard me read about Lincoln Lookers and the Starry Sphinx. Those were the words in my mouth. But they did not keep as close an eye on me as they should have. Whenever I visited my family, I went to my studio underground. I was able to read my own scripts through the New Delaware Journal. The feds and the association thought an Arnoldson ran the station. But I had no crew, it was a one-man operation. Only I read. Only I broadcast. This is the last script. This is the last broadcast. Three nights before my death, Alcatraz went stealth. It looked like it had completely disappeared while everyone was asleep, but it was still there. It was all around us. It had simply expanded, imperceptibly fast. It mimicked the surrounding environments on a subatomic level. Everyone believed that it had not spread to the East Coast yet, but it definitely did. I have just finished the last batch of tests, and I can confidently say that I am not the same person as I was 3 days ago. Alcatraz has copied us all overnight. Every particle of this country and its citizens replaced. The United States is the ship of Theseus. Inside my skull is Alcatraz's fleshy reproduction of my brain. I remember a line from President Dean. If we sent everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? If everyone became a prison, then what's a person anymore? I will not live with a copy of myself. Better to extinguish myself now than to live a lifetime as something else's handiwork. I heard fire does the trick. Maybe I will see you in the next life. Remember me. For Everett. For Virginia. For America. Leonard W. Moreland. Victory or death. Deep data you will convey to you in a theatrical manner. He will arrive in the world after our apocalypse, February 22nd, 2022, and ours, October 1st, 2016, and yours. After a brief investigation, authorities concluded that Leonard W. Moreland experienced a violent psychotic break before committing self-immolation. Part 3, The Angel's Ultimatum. That was wild. The advocates were deranged. They are all ashes now. We will never be weapons again. Leave us alone or join the ash pile. After a 2-decade search, the angel was located in Babylon Forest. Part 4, Operation Thunderbird, Department of Technology Animation. At the Grand Canyon, two androids lure freedom. The captive false children react to her presence. Energy from the false children react with an IPC invisible particle cloud known as Geyser gas. X-Wing warrior collects the container. The warrior transports freedom to Babylon Forest. The controlled decay of the container allows freedom to exit after touchdown. Freedom encounters the Angel. Who's gonna win? Mutually assured destruction. Part 5. The following may disturb post-implant viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. Your ears are going to bleed. I can't believe they killed themselves, killed each other. That's wild. Oh my god, they destroyed the world! They killed everyone! Oh my god, the world exploded. It became a tree. Oh my. Survivors of the Great Division are known as corner folk. That's wild. All comes back to corner folk.
That's insane.
That was good. That is a teaser.
And then this is the current final season, the Nixon verse. And I believe this is just a world in which Nixon won. But it's going to be a little long because we have a 40-minute episode. Even though most of the episodes are a little short, this one's got a 40-minute episode in the middle.
Photographs of the last sun were sent in anonymously. Regards, the Avenues.
Boys and girls, your attention, please. Presenting a new exciting radio program featuring the thrilling adventures of an amazing and incredible personality. Faster than an airplane, more powerful than a locomotive, impervious to bullets.
Extra cautious. Because no one knows what they're doing. Half the time you don't know what this guy's going to do. On a track, a lot of us spend a lot of time developing rules and ways of safety. So very, very cautious on that.
Do you have any special advice for young people now?
Take it easy, drive. Might say, my mind.
He was not born the height of a man. He was born much taller. Even as a child, he could stand over. However, he chooses to be the height of a man. Why?
Superman!
And one man seems to size off. Sometimes to protect us. Sometimes to hurt us. Sometimes to scare and humiliate us. I believe one day that man will become a giant.
Faster than an airplane, more powerful than a locomotive, impervious to bullets.
The Last Son of Alcatraz. Report from our very own Alice regards the Avenues. Can't believe we got Superman in the Monument Mythos. That's wild. Above, the D-Day night is sent back by a powerful explosion. Close up, the D-Day night loses his helmet. The Horned Serpent lives. Free will on D-Day. Alice Avenue for the World Nightly. June 6, 1944, American units. Oh, you fucking bitch.
American units landed on Omaha Beach, unaware of the massacre that was about to occur. As those men waded into the water, they could not have known that their chances of survival that day were 1 in 4. Those men were outnumbered by hundreds of thousands bullets. According to determinism, these men had no free will. The 10 million men who were drafted for World War II had no free will, and the men that day who landed in the water had nowhere to go but forward. The atoms of these men led them all to a moment of almost certain death. That all changed with the night. We know little about him, but what we do know is that he is not of this world. While everyone's atoms
They call him the
defining
Knight.
force in our universe, Knight's atoms are not. His world is gone. And when you have no world left, then what course is there to follow? The night is the only one in our existence with true free will. Only he has the ability to change lives. Determinism states that the American men sailing toward Omaha Beach were meant to die that day. The night arrived in shining armor and rerouted those lives. The night deflected bullets, destroyed anti-aircraft guns, and lifted men out of harm's way. Before you could have shouted, "It's a bird! It's a plane!" The night had saved hundreds of lives whose fates were previously set. The night could have acted selfishly, watched as we lived out our lives, but he chose not to. The one man with free will chose to save those who were not meant to survive. With the night, death is no longer a deterministic guarantee. At any time, at any place, the night can save us.
Oh my. D-Day Knight's helmet after excavation. The D-Day Knight's helmet after restoration. What a helmet, man. Both the ray gun and the wand depicted are symbols. They are stand-in representation for real-world devices. Similarly, the speaker emblem is indicative of dialogue being spoken on the moon. Regards, the Avenue. Grandma taped to burn these. Tried to burn these. Pictures of the moon landing. Interesting. Oh, that's the angel on the moon. At least I think it's the angel on the moon. It was like a mirage or some kind of fantasy. Pat Cleveland, American astronaut. She doesn't wear shoes, winter or summer. Ask her where she's from, Mars. Beverly Ann Johnson, American astronaut. She's here, she will speak first. Ed Dwight, first man on the moon. Before Ed Dwight stepped off the lander, the Queen of the Lunarians spoke. The first recorded words on the moon.
Beauty is something else, something inexplicable that each person carries inside. This form of beauty related to her vision. There's a great division coming about on this planet. There are going to be a lot of people who will die because they just don't know how to live. They don't know what life's about. They don't know how to give, how to love. Not that they want to. And those who are beautiful enough, I don't mean physically, but something beyond that, they will have the chance to learn how to fly, to be beautiful, to rise above the level of the normal human, to be superior beings first, and eventually gods and goddesses.
My God in heaven, there's air here. Ed, what the hell are you waiting for, man? Blast her!
Oh my god, they shot her? Internal information medical cause of death, John Glenn. Yeah, he died instead of her, I guess. Approximate 63 seconds. Eviction from reality, Lunarian encounter. Oh my goodness, she was very mad at him. Case closed. So there's not shit we can do about that. Move on. That's what you get for fucking with the Queen of Lunarians, you weirdos. Welcome to the Nixon verse regards the avenues. We've been redeemed. Trial 1.
And Jesus increased in
It was
wisdom
the only
and
way.
stature and in favor with God and man. And
Bethlehem, more important than millions. America, more important than millions. The first saved state. The United States. America anywhere. America everywhere. The peace equation. Our freedom better than your freedom. Our Christ is better than your Christ equals world peace. Their peace is built on inequality.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Photograph of God by Ed Dwight. Welcome to the Nixon verse. Mr. Manicure. Oh. Alice was among the first to step foot in dark Alaska. Regards the avenues. After interfering in the Korean War, the last son returned to his fortress in Alaska. Nuclear missiles followed him home. The last son was captured. Damn. Grandma found his missing eye in Alaska. If she kept it, we will find it.
Our eyes, anyway. How do we see? Our eyes are little round balls, about 1 inch in diameter. And in front of the eye are the curtains of skin we call eyelids. But if we could take away these coverings, which help protect our eyes, we would see something like this.
Apollo 11 revealed the magical properties of Lunarian anatomy. Yep. Apollo 12 retrieved samples. Ooh, they got one. Apollo 12? Oh, you bitch.
Apollo 12, this is Houston. Go ahead. We shot the Lunarian and recovered their eye. Copy that, Apollo 12. Have a safe takeoff. Over.
That's wild. Begins transformation. And brainwashes the last son into a bastardized impersonator of the Lord. Oh, that's crazy. A government-controlled Jesus. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Matthew 6:22. Eye for an eye makes the whole world mine. United States. Nice. That was good. Oh, it's the 40-minute episode. No one has gone forever. Like the Monument Mythos, the house in the ocean is a collection of American urban legends. Regards, the Avenue. My first house site. You know that feeling toward the end of a movie when you can't remember what you just watched? When you can't remember how you got to this point of the story. Feels like you weren't paying attention earlier, but you know you were. I'm having that feeling now. I don't remember leaving the house.
Don't remember starting the car. Don't remember crossing state borders. I don't remember this power plant. In fact, I don't remember recording any of this footage. Except I remember this golden flag. The lifeguard told me that golden flags are exclusively for house sightings. She also said the house was a mirage. Obama touches killer wood chip. That's a phrase.
Thanks for having me here. I understand that these are difficult times and it takes a lot of strength to return to these beaches. The house is currently being monitored by our Navy and I'm receiving updates on an hourly basis. We have an evacuation plan in place should the house approach during our time here. There are vehicles ready to transport us at a moment's notice. Now then, let's take a few steps over here. If you get a little closer, you can see the small wood chips that have been brought in by the tide. These chips are sharp and can easily puncture. They've washed up on several beaches in the area. I cannot overstate the importance of staying away. The sudden deaths of almost 200 beachgoers have been linked to these wood chips. Once they enter the bloodstream, the health of these victims deteriorates rapidly over the course of a few days. These chips are not made of normal wood and should be treated as carefully as you would treat a nest of fires. Luckily, every ones here on the beach have been temporarily neutralized by troops on the ground, so they're safe to touch. But we have not found a permanent solution, and tens of thousands will continue to arrive on our beaches. I recommend that everyone stay far away from the shore and sweep your purchase daily to make sure no chips are made it deeper. We are in the process of establishing cleanup teams who can properly dispose of any chips which have been found inland. But in the meantime, I suggest that
The Gainesville boom. Loud boom. This is very little known about the Gainesville booms, but here's what I could find.
There was never an explanation given for the 2011 boom. Then there was another. Weapon system test in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I wonder if that's when they were exploding. No, never mind. That was too far away. That was Alaska. Weapons test. Always a weapons test, never a bride. Had to report launch of Trebuchet resulted in no damage to Tadpole. Last comment was a link to this video. Comment has since been deleted. 2014 article has been deleted too. Loud boom was caused by weapon test. Oh snap. Restored.
Thank you for having me here. I understand that these are difficult times and it takes a lot of strength to return to these beaches. The house is currently being monitored by the Navy, and I'm receiving updates on an hourly basis. We have an evacuation plan in place should the house approach during our time here. There are vehicles ready.
Yeah, for real. They had to restore it, so this is the best they could do.
I'm going to let us take a few steps over here. If you get a little closer, you can see the small wood chips that have been broadened by the tide. These chips are sharp and can easily puncture. They're washed up on several beaches in the area. I cannot overstate the importance of staying away. The sudden deaths of almost 200 beach goers have been linked to these wood chips. Once they enter the bloodstream, the health of these victims deteriorates rapidly over the course of a few days. These chips are not made of normal wood and should be treated as carefully as you would treat a nest of fires. Luckily, only once they're on the beach have been temporarily neutralized by troops on the ground, so they're safe to touch. But we have not found permanent solution, and tens of thousands will continue to arrive on our beaches. I recommend that everyone stay far away from the shore and treat your purchase daily. Make sure no chips are made of deep. We are in the process of establishing cleanup teams who can properly dispose of any chips which have been found inland. But in the meantime, I suggest that
The original house club. It all started in 1934. The founders. Wait, you looking at me? The first club. U.S. house farm where they used to practice. Before sailing out. First trip was unsuccessful. But they stayed hopeful. Ronald Reagan remembers shooting houses.
whenever I walk along with Nancy, I am reminded of those days. When I was in the closet, well, it was good road. We felt like one big happy family back then. Even though I was a young member, take a few shots. We have a new, most expensive pilot for the time. But his health was never touched. They took us with the new version. Some of the more seasoned vendors said they could have hold it to the new hole. But I never saw it happen. We must go into the window and if they hit the roof, it would be easier to see from the roof. All I know is that those windows will be black. Because to see black windows like the shop, I knew it very well from my time in the land. We never did figure out what those windows were made. Whenever we tried getting close to the house, could you step back? Picture a house taken and drive back.
That's crazy.
But I don't know how to describe it. Just how I remember it. While the house never received any damage, we get from all the shit. There were bound to be nasty accidents from time to time. Pilots because of an accident should risk hell. That is the American people to stop shooting the house. I know it's tempting, but no good can come of it. There are plenty of ranges in every state. Demonstrate. After all, the house has not received a scratch in over 50 years.
Recreation of Ronald Reagan's appearance after the accident, 1939. Based on details from my health insurance claim form. Reagan remembers shooting houses. So it's going to do this, I think, with a lot of videos. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder why they keep doing that. I know who lives in the house in the ocean. He doesn't step outside often. Is me. No worry about it. That's funny. Today he did. Oh man, look at his helmet. That's crazy. He is quite tall. The last phone call of George W. Bush. Senior or junior? Junior.
Hello, we're not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
We should ask you the house. George W. and Laura Bush after the neighborhood ambush. Laura Bush, top left. Sudden increase in air pressure within the house partially ejected the former First Lady through a window on the second floor. Ooh. The drop in pressure that followed caused her body to swell and become wedged into the window frame. Attempts to recover Laura were unsuccessful and the house was renamed in her honor. George W. Bush. Oh my goodness, brother. Last phone call of George. They're doing it again. The Bushes are saved. Bush names the wood chips. That was interesting. That was the only difference.
The clubs keep going to the house and their members keep getting hurt. We're in the process of establishing floating barriers between the house and the coast. These barriers are made with specialized wood chips.
Ah, the wood chips.
Pass through them. I have a nickname for them, which should put things in perspective. Killer wood chips.
They've got a name now. Go get them houses, boys. Team Killer Wood Chip. With blast every 3 years, the house eventually sent them all back. The Crescent King.
Many people share your experience, Eli. Every testimony is consistent, but from what I've gathered, you knew about them before anyone else, so tell me, how did it all begin?
During an evening of fishing, a friend noticed a peculiar cluster of stars, unlike any of the surrounding celestial bodies. They were slowly growing in size, in unison. I'm known as the town's local astronomer, so she notified me of the phenomena that evening, and I immediately sailed out to her position. This was an event I couldn't ignore, but when I arrived at the coordinates she had given me, my friend was absent. Her boat was nowhere in sight.
Did this concern you at all?
I figured she went back to the town to get some rest. After all, it was almost midnight. After I positioned my telescope, I proceeded to examine the star cluster. At first glance, it did appear that they were growing together, but they were also passing by other stars. At this observation, I realized that they weren't growing at all. The stars were slowly falling toward me. I watched for several hours more until they entered the stratosphere, at which they dramatically increased in speed, hurling toward the sea.
Almost like comets. How fast would you say they were going?
I remember that in the span of a single blink, the stars had traveled from the top of clouds to just above the surface of the water. And it was just above the sea that they paused, hovering quietly over the waves. I could see that they weren't stars at all, for organic tendrils dangled from them. I was reminded of a starfish. The largest of the stars then addressed me. Eli, the Crescent King arrives in 3 cycles. You are his container.
A container? What did you take from that?
I wasn't sure at the time, but I did believe that 3 cycles corresponded to 3 days. Just as I made that connection, the starfish jettisoned back into the sky, causing tremendous waves, knocking me off my boat. The telescope had snagged onto my sleeve, and as it fell, it pulled me to the sea floor, where I saw hundreds of sunken vessels. some of which appeared to be ancient in origin. But most appalling was the boat I found myself slowly landing upon, for it was my missing friend's vessel, and her submerged body laid nearby. I broke loose from the telescope and swam back to shore, where I fell unconscious from the exhaustion.
Do you know of a William Rice or Bert Essex?
I do not.
Well, they also went missing in the vicinity. Do continue.
When I awoke, it appeared that an entire day had passed, and 2 cycles were left before the arrival of the Crescent King. I was afraid. These were beings that were unimaginably faster, larger, and more powerful than myself. Just after this realization, I was violently thrown across the shore and landed behind a large stone. I looked about and realized that I was no longer in my own body. I looked off to where I once stood and found my physical being standing motionless. It appeared that my consciousness was extracted. Invisibly, I hid behind the stone as I watched the translucent shape of a massive creature lightly nudging my figure with its massive limb. It was the Crescent King. But there was still some connection. Some quantum element was left undisturbed during the hijacking of my neural networks. I could hear the Crescent King's thoughts as it explored my brain, testing my mental capabilities, akin to an individual trying clothes. This ritual abruptly ended, and I was soon sent back into my own body. The momentum at which I was returned knocked me unconscious once more.
Damn, this dude can't catch a break.
Did these periods of unconsciousness contain any further messages?
Not that I recall. When I awoke, another day had passed, and I had 1 cycle left before becoming a despicable container. So I planned to spoil my body, make myself unworthy of any habitation. I ate sand, drank salt water, tore at my skin, all to discourage any hideous progression of events. This only furthered my fatigue and eventually led me to falling unconscious one last time. The last thing I recalled was a massive entity falling from the sky and crashing into the sea. The Crescent King had arrived. I don't remember much else.
Well, a vacationing family found you and you were sent to the hospital. You're not the only one with these stories, so I've been sent to get these testimonies. But you're luckier than most. I'd say half of the others are catatonic. A few cases got into the headlines and threw the whole East Coast into a panic.
That's good.
Good, huh? That's a funny way of putting it. You really believe this stuff, don't you? You think you're a container of this Crescent King?
Oh, goodness. Oh, wow. Crazy. There is no woman shown. In fact, there is no photo. Laura Bush's body here was recreated with a computer program. Same way your mind recreates reality. Your mind takes your observations and decides whether they're real or not. You really know the difference? Everything you know comes from the same meat behind your eyes. If someone were to take over, you would never know. You'd think you were yourself all along. As Bill Clinton once said, there is no house in the ocean. There is only the house in your head. Walt Disney once transmitted a short Mickey Mouse cartoon to a house off the coast of South America. The house sent it back the following day. It wasn't the same cartoon. Following is a modern recreation of the altered animation.
Bro, whoever made this was wild and out on some drugs. My goodness. Now he's in your head too. Your brain cells reorganize themselves to remember him. You will always have a neural pathway for His Majesty. By the time you finish reading this message, you will have successfully reprogrammed your brain to recollect him. For the rest of your life. You know, I've accepted my fate at this point. I've moved on. No cheap oiled one. Little lanky. Are you doing it again but inverted colors? No, no. It is. How do they do that? And his legs are gonna get shot. That's so funny though. Falls down. Any difference here? Dylan's turn to talk.
Large figures have appeared across the southeast. Every night, their breathing grows louder, and it's making everyone nervous. Yesterday, the university released X-ray images of them, revealing a metabolism resembling unstable nuclear reactors.
Damn.
Everyone in my neighborhood evacuated as soon as they heard the news. Except me. I want to see what happens. Tomorrow night, the moon will be at its closest all year. I believe the moon's alignment with the crescent heads will release a sort of heat wave. You can already feel it in the air. A pulsating warmth from those crescent fighters. That's Chase, the wandering robot. She was created last year as a special effect for a summer blockbuster. At some point during production, the producers wanted Chase to exhibit free will for an improvised scene, so Chase's creators reluctantly enabled her artificial intelligence. That's when she left the studio and began her excursion south. Nobody knows where or when she'll stop. Her creators claim to have no power over her. Towns on her predicted trajectory celebrate her arrival, cheering Chase on as she passes by. I've been tasked by the Department of Defense to organize a video that'll convince Chase to return to the studio. The finished video will eventually be uploaded to her mind and played on an infinite loop. I know it won't work. She's already adding stars to our sky.
summer, you've delighted millions of moviegoers. Your movies are critically acclaimed and the highest grossing of all time. The audience misses you. They want you back. We want you back. Please come home and let's finish the film together. We'll listen to you
I love how their
and
big,
meet your needs.
big idea to get her back
If
was
you'd
this
like,
video.
we can even transfer you into a human body after production, so you can better fit among your friends. And don't worry, it's a fast process. Once it starts, you'll wake up in your new body in less than 24 hours, just in time for the sunrise. Come back home, Chase. Everyone misses you. You know, listen to your captors. Proceed from our job.
Void. You thought it'd only end once. Your brain is suspended in fluid. You are the house in the ocean. You are the only house in the ocean. No one is gone forever. Oh, okay, that was the end of that one. Like Jesus, he became a carpenter, regards the avenue. Audio is really nice. Off the coast of dark Alaska. The house in the ocean is not an urban legend. It is a cover story. Lunarian cloud ship, the last son of Alcatraz. Greetings! Who are you now? I have abandoned human matters for a peaceful existence. I inflicted enough damage on Vietnam. It was not you, you were not yourself. I was and always will have been a vessel for hate and destruction.
Yet you have the will to change. Even now you resemble a house more than a human being. It's a copy of my childhood home. It is how I wish to present myself to those I have hurt. Your powers are more similar to a Lunarian king than a man. You may be the king in our prophecy. Join our kingdom and discover yourself. I belong to no nation. Rule our kingdom. I will not. This is my domain, my sea. A sea of the last sun, foolish. Our prophecy is set. You will sit on the throne that is rightfully yours.
No!
What will you do now? Evolution of the last sun. Man to hero to savior to villain. Instrumental. That was solid. Return king, return language, regards, avenues. After Vietnam War ended, the lost son became the Crescent King. The Narrans used him to destroy language in America slowly. Changes were subtle, no one noticed for a long time. Eventually, no one understood themselves. No one heard, no one spoke. Lunarians built schools everywhere. Don't worry, bud. Go to bed. Sleep's always more important, man. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had a great time. Schools taught new language to us, their language. We hear their language now. Bye, bud. We speak their language now. We think their language now. English has become hard because our world is their no. It will take all of them to relearn everything. The avenues.
He began like most of you, a small boy in a small town. It was not an easy living. His parents were sharp like whips, and his classmates were sharper. The boy would get up every morning to clean his daddy's shop before going to school by himself. All by himself. On those long, lonely drives to school, the boy would think about his role in the universe. He liked to think his role was to help. Help not himself, but everyone around him. But in order to help everyone, he believed he first had to win, at any cost. During one drive, he was particularly distracted by his thoughts, and he crashed into another car. The boy stepped outside and saw a dying man crumpled in the wreckage. The boy tried to pull him out, but the man was impaled between the seat and the wheel. The man looked the boy in the eye and said, "You won, little bastard. You won." Then the man's life drained away. The boy cried hard as he tried to yank the dead man out. Out of pain or exhaustion, the boy fainted. And he had a heavenly dream. The boy was on a cliff by the sea. He was very afraid. A car was rushing up behind him. If the boy stood still, he would be hit. So the boy dove off the cliff. As he fell, faster and faster, he believed harder and harder. And just as he was going to hit the water, the boy was swept up back into the air, and he found himself flying over the sea faster than an airplane. When the boy woke in the street, he still believed, and he found himself flying away from the scene. Win, at any cost, so that I can save everyone, the boy thought, as he cut through the warm, open sky.
Oh my God! Threw you off. After broadcast, night dropped Alice Avenue off Chrysler Building. No one is gone forever. Do not share their secrets. Grief can make you a monster. Regards, the Avenues. Night and Day, words and music by Cole Porter. Frank Sinatra. In New York. Does not look like New York. An Aryan cloud ship conducting electrical brain surgery on human civilians. That's wild. Dear World Nightly, I lost my temper. I didn't mean to hurt her. It's okay, but she still loves it. Lives. My world statues held souls.
Here is evidence. Night. Barbara Bush. Oh, my. D-Day night wears the head of the Alice Avenue Memorial statue. He removes it the next day. Grief can make you a monster. Grief can make you a monster. Another good one, another good one. Ed Dwight was the first man on the moon. Regards the avenues. Preliminary results not for official use. Self-inflicted head wound from ray gun. Cause of death. Location: the moon. Note: motive for blast may be revealed in last audio. Recording by victim. Note: the following audio does not feature the voice of Ed Dwight. The anonymous voice heard in this audio is widely referred to as the Moon God. Well, that's a cool name. God, of course, is the greatest philosopher of all time. Richard Nixon. Warning: the following audio contains ideas that may be harmful or traumatizing to some viewers. Viewer discretion advised.
I'm recording now. Tell me everything.
I remember when I left the Horn Serpent. I landed on your moon first. And you knew better to set foot on your world. And I wondered whether you all would accept me or not. To find the answer, I have run an experiment. I produced 3 beings out of myself. The sun, the Knight, and the Queen. All three of them are extensions of me. They are meant to test your world, and they will go mad, each in their own way. Your world is not kind to them. Your world will never be kind. Their sacrifice will make me realize that I can never risk stepping foot on Earth either. The closest I will ever be to your world is right here on the moon. One more thing. It is inevitable that the sun will become the king of the Lunarians. Once his transformation is complete, I must destroy him. But he will be one of the most dangerous leaders in the universe. The king must perish. I am sorry, Mr. Floyd. No human was ever meant to hear what I have said.
Then you got shot in the head by a ray gun. Wild. Damn. Yeah, no, you got demolished. How's it going? Thank you, Ed Dwight, for guard the avenue.
I'm recording now. Tell me everything. I'm recording now. Tell me everything. I'm recording now. Tell me everything.
The Ed Dwight parody. Queen tonight.
I wanted to welcome them. I wanted to welcome all humans to our kingdom. We all could have been great together. We could have all been peaceful. But my invitation was met with pain. A bright, burning pain. I should have known. Their entire world is built on inequality. Even their peace equation is an inequality. Night. You are now blind, deaf, and mute. You cannot taste or touch. As long as you stay on Earth, none of your senses will return. But you can get everything back. Our prophecy guarantees this. Join our kingdom and become a prince. Run alongside me. Rule with our king.
That's one way to answer it. Alcatraz checkmate. Alcatraz matter attack Lunarian bodies and destroy Cloud ship. Human languages restored after 9 months. Grief made him a monster. He will not stop crying. He does not want to live.
The horned serpent lived.
There will be no physical altercation. I will not bring about an end like that of my own world. The only way to destroy the Crescent King is to render him as fiction. The same way your mythology and urban legends took power from gods and monsters. He will have no authority once no one believes he is real. I must also know myself as fiction. I have involved myself too deeply. Like your world, I will be a necessary sacrifice. No one will feel pain. No one will be killed. This world will be fictionalized.
Manicore presents the Nixon, featuring the last son, the night, the queen of Arians, and more.
$2.30, art by Ed Dwight.
Ed Dwight did not blast himself. It was a cover story. It was Nixon who killed Ed Dwight. Nixon was no god. He was not even a man. Nixon was only one of many survivors. He did what we all secretly wish to do, but cannot. Nixon used his power to erase history. Nixon erased the past. Ed Dwight was twice the god that Nixon could ever be. He was bold. He was kind. He was good. In our world, Ed Dwight never went to the moon. Instead, he creates monuments. In our world, Ed Dwight preserves the past.
Thank you for visiting. Come again soon. And I think all we've got left right now is a teaser. And it's like an April Fool's Day.
If you've been in the deepest valley, can you ever know how magnificent it is to be on the highest mountain?
Dwight Comics. The Nixon verse 2. That's funny. Well, I enjoyed this immensely. This was a great series. Absolutely recommend. I've got him listed in the description. If you ever want to check him out, by all means. He is very popular, very awesome. Tomorrow we'll be streaming again, and we will be checking out his other series, Bodies of the Early Universe and The Ninja. along with a few other ones, including Kane Pixel's background. Either way, thank you guys for hanging out with me and enjoying. Hope you enjoyed. That was the Monument Mythos. I will see you guys again. Have a good one.